Chapter 58. Yili did not mind. Smiling, she asked, "Then do you know Prince Ding? Have you met him? Lying is not a good child. Everyone knows that Prince Ding has not left home for many years. He is probably as old as you are." The young girl gave her a look of disdain. "If I haven't met him, why can't I hear it from others? Cousin Xiang told me that Uncle Prince Ding is the best martial artist in the world. He is the smartest, the most handsome, and the most powerful person. When I grow up, I want to marry him." Cousin Xiang? Seeing the earnest expression on the young girl's face, Yili could not help but want to laugh. However, she did not want to attack the young girl's fragile heart. "Do you know how old Prince Ding is? By the time you grow up, he will be old. At that time, there will be someone with higher martial arts than him, smarter than him, and better looking than him. At that time, he will no longer be the most powerful person. What are you going to do?" "Oh?" The young girl was at a loss. Then what should I do?" "No, you are lying to me. You are the one who wants to marry Uncle Prince Ding. That is why you are lying to me." "I am not lying to you. You see, I am much older than you right now, right? You can only marry when you are as old as me. At that time, I will also be old. Prince Ding is older than both of us. When you see..." The young girl sighed resentfully. "When the time comes, Uncle Prince Ding will definitely be older than maternal grandfather. If I marry him, I will definitely be laughed at by eldest imperial sister. Fine, Uncle Prince Ding will be yours." Yili held back her laughter. Nodding her head, she sincerely replied, "Okay, thank you, Your Imperial Highness." "How do you know that I am a princess?" Yili blinked her eyes. "Not only do I know that you are a princess, I also know which princess you are." "I don't believe you. You have never seen this princess?" Yili smiled and said, "I am guessing that you are the Empress daughter, Princess Changle, right?" The young princess tilted her head and sized up Yili for a while before nodding her head. "Fine. I agree with Cousin Xiang's words. You are indeed very intelligent. This princess reluctantly accepts you as a friend." Looking at the little girl trying her best to act like an adult and a princess, Yili smiled and said, "Okay, thank you for your appreciation, Your Highness. Why is the princess here?" He pointed at the flowering tree where the little princess was hiding. Princess Changle unconcernedly twisted her body, continuing to hide in the thicket. This princess has heard that the Yi family produces beauties. Yi Jiaoyi and Yi Ying, who was about to be blown away by the wind, were famous beauties. So this princess came to see if the Yi family is really full of beauties. Now this princess admits that you are more pleasing to the eye than Yi Jiaoyi and Yi Ying. She could barely be considered a beauty. I'm guessing you'll have to wait for a long time. How about it? Why don't you come and play with this princess?" Yili was puzzled. "How do you know that it'll take a long time?" Princess Changle curled her small lips. "My Empress mother said that the women in the palace are all idle and have nothing to do. As a result, they strive to find work for others. If someone is not pleasing to the eye, they will have her wait a bit longer when paying respects. Kneeling a bit longer is something that these women love to do the most. However, you can be at ease. My Empress mother will not do such a thing." Yili smiled but did not speak. Princess Changle glared at her in dissatisfaction. "Are you going to go out and play with me or not?" Yili helplessly shook her head. "I still have to wait for Yi Jiaoyi to summon me. You know that if she can't find me when she wants to see me, it will be very troublesome. Also, someone's coming." Princess Changle glanced outside and immediately withdrew her small head. "Noble consort Lu has arrived. Don't say that you've seen me. She hates you the most." Yili nodded her head, helping her restore the flowering tree to its original state. "I understand. Quickly return. Don't make Her Imperial Majesty worry." After restoring the thicket, Yili stood up and walked back to where Qingwan and Qingyu were standing, waiting for the arrival of an even grander procession. From a distance, one could smell the faint fragrance of flowers. Escorted by groups of palace maids and eunuchs was a woman wearing a goose-yellow palace dress embroidered with hibiscus and phoenix. Her graceful figure was wrapped in the fitting palace dress, revealing her graceful curves. Her snow-white skin was picturesque, and her cherry lips were slightly curved. Her appearance was 70% charming and 30% cold. These days, Yili had seen many beautiful women. Qin Zheng was as elegant as an orchid, Hua Tianxiang was as graceful as a peony, Princess Xixia was as gorgeous as a peach blossom, and this noble consort Lu was as beautiful as a pear blossom, pure white and charming. Although she appeared delicate, she carried a trace of unattainable coldness. "You are Yili?" Noble consort Lu stopped in front of Yili and asked indifferently. "This subject is indeed noble consort Lu." "Greetings, noble consort Lu." Yili curtsied slightly. Noble consort Lu's delicate eyebrows slightly raised. "You shouldn't have entered the palace before, right? How do you know who I am?" Yili slightly smiled and said, "A few years ago, the emperor worshipped the heavens. I was lucky enough to see your face, so I still remember." Noble consort Lu was slightly stunned and said with a sigh, "That should be 5 or 6 years ago, right? It's amazing that you can remember at such a young age." "Your Highness is so beautiful that it's unforgettable," Yili said with a smile. "You are more likable than your second sister. Why are you standing here? Go in with I." Yi Jiaoyi must have fallen asleep. She actually left the future Princess Ding at the gate of the palace. Noble consort Lu said indifferently, but her tone showed that she couldn't refuse. Yili paused for a moment and slightly curtsied. She said, then, "Please go in first." In Yahua Palace, when Yi Yu saw Yili coming in with noble consort Lu, she couldn't help but be stunned. Noble consort Lu looked at her indifferently. "Sister saw third Miss Yi waiting outside the door, so I invited her in." "Sister, you won't blame me for being nosy, right?" Although she said so, noble consort Lu didn't look like she was afraid that she would be offended. Yi Yu pulled the corner of her mouth and said with a forced smile, "Sister noble consort, you must be joking. It's all my fault that I'm always listless these days and always forget things. If sister didn't bring third sister in, third sister would have been wronged for a long time. It's all because of you servants. Why didn't you remind I?" Her charming phoenix eyes glanced at the palace maids and eunuchs. Suddenly, the palace was full of begging. Noble consort Lu frowned impatiently and said, "That's enough, sister. Forget it if you forgot. Why bother the servants? I don't think third Miss Yi will blame you. Isn't that right?" Yili had to follow her words. She said, "Noble consort Lu, you must be joking. I just waited for a while. There's nothing to be offended about." Yi Yu's face relaxed. She pulled Yili to sit in front of her and said with a smile, "Third sister doesn't like to go out. I haven't seen third sister since I came to the palace. Now I finally see you. I haven't seen third sister for 1 or 2 years. Third sister has become more and more outstanding. How is your family?" Yili answered one by one. Yi Yu kept asking Yili about some trivial things, and Yili just answered respectfully. The strange thing was that noble consort Lu seemed to be completely unaware of the meeting between sisters and family members. She just sat there and listened. There was no place for her to interrupt, but she didn't care. She just sat there with a cold smile. Yi Yu seemed to be used to noble consort Lu's behavior. She didn't ask her to leave or take Yili away. Chapter 59. I can't go to my fourth sister's wedding. How is she and Princely? Yili asked Yi Yu with a smile while stroking her slightly protruding belly. Yili remembered Yi Ying's gloomy face when she returned home 2 days ago. It was really not good, but now she didn't intend to say it to make Yi Yu feel uncomfortable. She just said with a smile, "Fourth sister and Princely are newly married. Of course they are good. I'm a little busy now. I didn't have time to talk to you." Yi Yu already knew that Yili and Yi Ying's relationship was not good, so she didn't care. She just took Yi Li's hand and said with a smile, "We are sisters. After marriage, we don't have to see each other all the time at home. It's not a bad idea to walk around more. I can't do anything in the palace. You sisters can take care of each other outside. So father and grandmother don't worry. Don't you think so?" Yili nodded and said, "You're right." The two sisters were talking about Yi Mansion when a servant came in and said that Empress Dowager wanted to see third Miss Yi. Yi Yu was stunned for a moment. Then she turned to Yili and said with a smile, "Since Empress Dowager wants to see you, third sister, go quickly. Empress Dowager is the ruler of the world. She loves the younger generation the most. Third sister, don't be afraid. It's not convenient for me to go with you. Yili nodded. She looked at Yu's well-maintained jade fingers and gently stroked her abdomen. She nodded faintly and said, "Thank you for your advice, Your Highness. Since this is the case, I will take my leave." Yu smiled and said, "Third sister, take care. Servants, escort third miss out for me. Sister, I also want to pay respect to Empress Dowager. You can go with third Miss Yi." Noble Consort Lu stood up and said. Yu nodded. "In this case, I'll have to trouble Sister Noble Consort." Noble Consort Lu nodded lightly. "Third Miss, let's go." Yili followed Noble Consort Lu out of Yahua Palace. She looked back at the richly decorated palace gate. When Yu said that Empress Dowager wanted to see her, if she didn't see wrong, Yu was nervous. As for Noble Consort Lu, she took a look at Noble Consort Lu, who was walking in the front with her entourage. Until now, she still couldn't tell whether Noble Consort Lu was a friend or a foe. Accompanying her into Yahua Palace, and then accompanying her to see the Empress Dowager, Yili was sure that if Noble Consort Lu hadn't been sitting there the whole time, Yi would have said more than that. But Yili couldn't believe that Noble Consort Lu was good to her, not to mention that they had never met each other before. She didn't even bother to hide her contempt under her faint arrogance. Helplessly shrugging, Yili calmly followed behind. The people in the palace were really troublesome. The palace where the Empress Dowager lived was located in the northwest part of the imperial city. Its area was twice the size of Yahua Palace, and the splendid pavilions and palaces revealed the noble status of the emperor's birth mother. Zhangde Palace was specially built for the Empress Dowager after the emperor ascended the throne. Standing in front of Zhangde Palace and waiting for the summons, Noble Consort Lu looked back at Yili and said lightly, "Also, don't listen to your sister's nonsense. The Empress Dowager isn't a good-tempered person. Be careful." Yili pursed her lips and said with a faint smile, "Thank you for your advice." Noble Consort Lu snorted, flicked her sleeves, and stepped into Zhangde Palace first. Yili followed behind. Although her face was calm, her mind had already turned hundreds of times. Although she hadn't been in the palace for long, the strangeness of the imperial palace was beyond her understanding. It was said that the Empress Dowager helped the emperor ascend the throne. The Empress Dowager was a famous virtuous concubine. But Noble Consort Lu, as the emperor's favorite concubine, didn't respect the Empress Dowager at all. Also, she looked up at the three large characters on the horizontal board under the eaves. Zhangde. She hoped the emperor was willing to write it. Yili greets the emperor, greets the Empress Dowager. Walking into the hall and seeing the tall man in a bright yellow robe, Yili's face flashed with a trace of surprise, but she quickly bowed respectfully. "Rise. Chang'er, why are you here?" Mo Jingqi glanced at Yili, then his eyes fell on Noble Consort Lu. He stood up and walked down the stairs to pull Noble Consort Lu in front of him. Noble Consort Lu snorted and said lightly, "What? Does the emperor feel that I can't greet the Empress Dowager?" Mo Jingqi sighed and said softly, "You know, I'm not like this. Your Majesty." A voice with a trace of sternness and displeasure came from the hall. Yili glanced at it secretly. The Empress Dowager must have been a great beauty when she was young. Although she was the elder sister of Consort Xianzhao, the Empress Dowager looked younger than Consort Xianzhao. Her phoenix eyes gave people an indescribable sense of sharpness, but Yili knew that her eyes must have been enchanting and beautiful when she was young. At this time, the Empress Dowager didn't notice Yili, but cast her sharp eyes on Noble Consort Lu. She could even feel a trace of murderous intent in her eyes. Obviously, the Empress Dowager didn't like Noble Consort Lu very much. "Mother." Mo Jingqi frowned and took Noble Consort Lu to the hall, saying, "Mother, Chang'er came to greet you. She must have met third Miss Yi and came together." The Empress Dowager said lightly, "Greet? It's rare for Noble Consort Lu to remember to greet me today. Mother, you know that Chang'er's health hasn't been good since she gave birth to Jing'er." Mo Jingqi looked a little embarrassed, but he still firmly protected Noble Consort Lu by his side. Peeking at the Empress Dowager's gloomy face, Yili wanted to sympathize with her. She finally gave birth to 2 sons. After the late emperor died, Empress Yuan became the empress. She worked hard to send her sons to the throne. She should be happy as the Empress Dowager, who knew that the youngest son was occasionally stupid, and the eldest son of the emperor only cared about his wife and not his mother. Mother, didn't you say you wanted to see third Miss Yi? Let's see how Xiuyao's princess is first. Seeing the Empress Dowager's face was really bad, Imo Jingqi hurriedly said. Yi Li was speechless. Your Majesty, are you trying to divert the trouble away? As expected, the Empress Dowager quickly turned her eyes back to Yi Li. Yi Li silently decided that it was better to believe noble consort Lu's words. Just the Empress Dowager's gaze on her was not something an ordinary person could bear. You are Yi Li? After a long time, the Empress Dowager asked. Yi Li respectfully lowered her eyes and answered, Your Majesty, I am Yi Li. The Empress Dowager frowned and said, Raise your head and let me have a look. Yi Li raised her head and let the Empress Dowager and the Emperor look at her. I have seen your mother several times in the past. The granddaughter of the Su family is really not someone who can't be seen in public. What a pity. The Empress Dowager didn't say anything about what a pity. Of course, no one was tactful enough to ask. Yi Li's sharp eyes saw that noble consort Lu sitting next to the emperor didn't look good. She had some doubts in her heart. The Empress Dowager shouldn't be scolding noble consort Lu indirectly. After all, the daughter of Prime Minister Lu was definitely not someone who could not be seen in public. My Li is not sensible. Miss Yi, please don't take what happened before to heart. The Empress Dowager's sharp eyes stared at Yi Li without blinking. Chapter 60. Yi Li smiled. Empress Dowager's words are too serious. This subject's daughter and Prince Li are not fated. Compared to not being able to see each other after the wedding, Prince Li bringing it up before the wedding is a good thing for myself and Yi Li. This subject's daughter is very grateful. Oh, what does Miss Yi think about Li's wedding? This is Prince Li's private matter. This subject's daughter should not make wild guesses. What if Ijia wants to hear your opinion? The Empress Dowager asked. This subject's daughter thinks that Prince Li was too excited about the wedding and did not rest well the night before. Yi Li smiled innocently and looked at the Empress Dowager with a hint of fear. Prince Li and fourth sister are in love. Who in the capital doesn't know? Finally, he is going to embrace the beauty. It's natural for Prince to be a little excited. Miss Yi, I heard that a few days ago, you said that Prince Li did not pay and asked for a lot of money? Noble consort Lu, who was sitting at the side, suddenly spoke with a smile. The temperature in the hall suddenly dropped. Yi Li blinked blankly, her face full of shame. This subject's daughter is not sensible. Please forgive me, Empress Dowager and Emperor. This subject's daughter, ever since my late mother passed away, I rarely went out. The first time I took charge, I lost my sense of propriety. After that, grandmother also scolded this subject's daughter. This subject's daughter also had people return the money to the princely manor and apologize to Prince. But she was chased out along with the money. After that, Yi Li sent 200 taels to the housekeeper as compensation for the psychological damage. She peacefully kept the rest in her own purse. This was Imo Jingli's fault to begin with. Even the royal family would not have the cheek to blame him. Seeing Yi Li's shocked and ashamed appearance, Imo Jingqi lightly coughed and gave noble consort Lu a warning look. He comforted her. Forget it. This matter was Jingli's fault. It's not Miss Ye's fault. Imperial Mother also does not intend to blame you. Yi Li happily thanked. This subject's daughter thanks your Majesty for your magnanimity. The Empress Dowager calmly nodded. Forget it. This Ijia does not intend to blame you. Give Miss Yi a seat. 2 palace maids carried an embroidered stool and placed it behind Yi Li. Yi Li thanked them and then carefully sat on only 2/3 of the stool. She was not grateful to the Empress Dowager for giving her a seat. If she could choose, she would rather continue to stand. After sitting down, not only would the person who was already at the bottom become even shorter, it would also severely affect the person's vision. Moreover, the way a young lady from a noble family sat was even more strenuous than when she was young. At least she could still use her legs to support herself when she was in the horse stance. Sitting in such an elegant and dignified manner was not something that she had been trained to do since she was young. She could only pray that she would not fall off the stool. Miss Yi, is Mr. Qingyun well? Imo Jingqi looked at Yi Li, his eyes filled with curiosity. Yili smiled faintly and said, "Many thanks for the emperor's concern. Uncle mentioned that grandfather's body is still quite healthy." Imo Jingqi smiled. "There's no need to be so nervous. Back then, we had also witnessed Mr. Qingyun's elegance and couldn't help but yearn for him. It's just that we haven't seen each other for many years." Yili lowered her head in shame. Ever since mother passed away, this subject's daughter hasn't seen grandfather for many years. This subject's daughter is truly unworthy of grandfather's love for her, not being able to bring joy to mother's knees. "Oh, Miss Yi and Prince Ding are getting married. Mr. Qingyun surely won't miss his only granddaughter's wedding? Grandfather is already old and can't bear the fatigue of traveling. I'm afraid he won't be able to see this subject's daughter with his own eyes. But grandfather has already sent eldest uncle to the capital to host the wedding. This subject's daughter is also very happy." Imo Jingqi's eyes flashed slightly. "Oh, Mr. Hong Yu has already entered the capital? Then, eldest young Master Su." Yili smiled calmly and said, "Big cousin and a few other cousins have also come to the capital. Uncle doesn't have any scholarly achievements, so there's no need to announce it." Imo Jingqi laughed in a clear voice. "The Su family has never liked fame and prefers peace and quiet. However, Mr. Hong Yu can be considered my teacher. This time, I didn't even greet him when he entered the capital. It's really a bit impolite." Yili hurriedly said she didn't dare, but in her heart, she disagreed. Eldest uncle had only given him some advice on his studies under the late emperor's order. Who was his teacher? Besides, if he really wanted to greet him, he would have done so long ago. She didn't believe that Imo Jingqi really didn't know when eldest uncle entered the capital. Imo Jingqi clearly didn't want to be entangled in this issue. He looked at Yili and said, "Missy won the first place in this year's 100 Flower Festival. Even Princess Ronghua praised Miss Yi several times in front of the Empress Dowager. I wonder if Miss Yi can let me and the Empress Dowager feast our eyes." He didn't give Yili a chance to refuse. With a wave of his hand, palace maids and eunuchs carried over a carved writing table. There were all kinds of brush, ink, paper, and inkstone on the table. "This subject's daughter will embarrass herself." Yili stood behind the writing table. As she drew, she cursed the emperor 100 times in her heart. She really couldn't understand why these ancient emperors liked to randomly grab people to write poems. After all, not everyone was fond of reciting poems and composing essays, and not everyone had the talent to do so. What if she was called by the emperor but couldn't write a poem? Yili drew a picture of an orchid in a well-behaved manner. She also mentioned a poem that her grandfather had written years ago. The only thing that could be called outstanding was her handwriting. Seeing the people's eyes change from curiosity to surprise and then to disappointment, Yili didn't care. She respectfully stood behind the writing table and waited for the emperor's evaluation. "Orchid? This is Mr. Qingyun's poem?" Noble consort Lu frowned and asked. Yili said shamefully, "This subject's daughter is really not proficient in poetry. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." A bit of disdain flashed through noble consort Lu's eyes. She glanced at the painting and said, "Miss Ye's handwriting is pretty good." It was rare for the Empress Dowager to agree with noble consort Lu's words. Yili's work from the 100 Flower Festival was in the palace. The painting wasn't amazing, it was just average. As for the poem, the three people in the hall all suspected that the peony poem that stunned the 100 Flower Festival wasn't Yili's work. After all, the Su family didn't have many things, but they had many talents. The person who could casually find a ghostwriter for Yili was definitely an important person. It wasn't strange for them to have a poem like that. Miss Ye's handwriting is really good. Yili could clearly feel that the three people's interest in her had decreased a lot. Even though she didn't understand why the ancient people thought that the four arts represented a person's intelligence, at least this result wasn't bad for her. It wasn't until the afternoon that Yili was sent out of the palace by the Empress Dowager. During this time, she contributed her calligraphy to the Empress Dowager to copy a scroll of scriptures. Because no one thought of asking her to go to Yahua Palace to say goodbye to Yi Jiaoyi, Yili didn't want to trouble the people sent by the Empress Dowager. She could only pretend that she had forgotten. Accompanied by the palace servants, she took the gifts from the emperor, the Empress Dowager, and noble consort Lu out of the imperial city. It wasn't until she got into the carriage that Yi slowly let out the breath that had been in her heart for most of the day. Miss, rest for a while. You don't look good. Qingyu reached out to feel Yi pulse and said softly. Chapter 61. Qing Wan said helplessly, Miss, it's your first time entering the palace. You're a little nervous. Unfortunately, we can't enter the Empress Dowager's palace, and we can't accompany you. Qingyu smiled and said, You can only scare yourself if you go in. Don't make trouble for Mississippi. Yi leaned against the carriage and closed her eyes to rest. At the same time, she went through what happened in the palace today in her mind. When she was in the palace, she could only be careful everywhere. She didn't have time to think about many things. The emperor, the Empress Dowager, noble consort Lu, everyone seemed to be normal, but they seemed to hide some unknown tangled relationship. And Yi suddenly opened her eyes. Qing Wan and Qingyu were startled. Miss, what's wrong? The carriage is going the wrong way. Yi said. Before he could finish his words, a long arrow pierced through the carriage with a whoosh. In a remote alley somewhere in the capital, a carriage was parked quietly. The coachman who drove the carriage had already disappeared. Unknowingly, the carriage was surrounded by people. The man in the lead was wearing an inconspicuous gray dress. His long hair covered half of his face. The other half of his face looked stiff and ferocious. His only eye was emitting a bitter cold light. Even if the sun hadn't set yet, it still bloomed a touch of warmth. When it shone on the man, it gave people a kind of bone-chilling coldness. Come out. The man's voice sounded gloomy. For a long time, there was no movement in the carriage. As if waiting impatiently, the man sneered and said, If you don't come out, I'll shoot the arrow. I know the people inside are not dead. Come out. A moment later, a delicate and pretty girl unsteadily lifted the curtain and slid down from the carriage. Then, together with another delicate and pretty girl, they helped the pale girl with a delicate and pretty face down. There was an arrow stuck in the girl's right shoulder, and the area that was covered by her left hand was already dark red. You. Who are you? The one-eyed man sneered. His ferocious eye flashed with a vicious light. This is the future princess of Prince Ding? That cripple Imo Xiaoyao sure has a good life. He only has half a life left, but there's still such a beautiful woman willing to marry him. Qing Wan stood in front, protecting the two people behind her. Since you know who we are, how dare you be so rude? The one-eyed man sneered. Others might be afraid of Imo Xiaoyao, but I'm not. What's more, is there anyone in the capital who is afraid of him? Yi looked straight at the man. Do you have a grudge against Prince Ding, or the Su family, or the Yi family? The one-eyed man stared blankly for a moment before laughing maniacally. Imo Xiaoyao's woman? Interesting. I have no enmity with Imo Xiaoyao, the Su family, or the Yi family. What are you going to do about it? Yi said. So you've taken other people's benefits and now you're looking for trouble? How much did you get? I'll double it. You. The one-eyed man stared at Yi as if he was evaluating the credibility of her words. I took 20,000 taels of silver from other people to take your life. Can you afford it? Yi nodded. If you let us go, I'll give you 40,000 taels. Why should I believe you? The man's single eye shrank as he fiercely stared at Yi. No matter who it was, 40,000 taels of silver was definitely a number that could move people's hearts. The surrounding people's eyes also began to waver, but the one-eyed man didn't say anything, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Yi lightly said, If you don't believe me, you can let my maid go back and give you the money. One hand for the money, and the other hand for the people, so we don't owe each other anything. Moreover, I don't think you want to kill me. I only ask that you don't hurt us. The one-eyed man's eyes fiercely twitched as he stared at Yi. You think that I don't dare to kill you? If you really want to kill me, just shoot us to death with arrows just now. Good. Imo Xiaoyao's woman is really a bit different. You. Go back and get the money. If others know about it, or if you don't see the banknotes at the appointed place, then prepare to collect the corpse of your Mississippi. Qingyu, who was pointed at, shook her head fiercely and said, I don't want to go. Let Miss go back. We'll stay. The one-eyed man sneered. Do you think that I will believe that the lives of two girls are valuable? Qingyu gritted her teeth and said, My miss is injured. I know a little about medicine. Let Qing Wan go back. The injury is not serious. If you come quickly, you won't have time to heal your Mississippi get lost. Qing Yu, you go first. Yili softly said. Qing Yu bit the corner of her lips and nodded heavily. Qing Wan, take good care of Mississippi. Qing Wan nodded and turned around to help Qing Yu support Yili. Seeing Qing Yu stumbling out, the one-eyed man pointed at the two people beside him and said, follow that girl and get the banknotes back. As for you, do you want to go by yourself, or do I ask someone to invite you to go? We'll go by ourselves. They were kidnapped. Yili looked at the situation in front of her helplessly. Of course, a group of bandits could kidnap a future princess from the capital. It had to be said that this was also a very magical thing. Moreover, the group of people moved out of the capital at a very fast speed and came to a steep mountain 100 miles away from the capital. Obviously, they were indeed kidnapped by bandits because this was a bandits' village. Perhaps because Yili was still worth 40,000 taels of silver, they were not thrown into the gloomy dungeon, but locked in a somewhat simple hut. When the door was closed, Qing Luan hurriedly walked to the door and listened to the movement outside. Then, she walked to Yili and whispered, Miss, we are so far away from the capital. Can Qing Yu find us? Yili put down the hand that had been pressing on her right shoulder and took the arrow off. The arrow entered from the right side of her chest and went in diagonally. It didn't hurt Yili at all. The red blood on her clothes was just the red rouge and a bottle of potion that Qing Yu carried with her. He didn't intend to let Qing Yu come back at all. He just didn't want to give up the 40,000 taels of silver. Qing Wan was shocked. Miss, you mean, they planned to kill us after taking the money? Yili nodded and comforted Qing Wan with a smile. Don't worry, those two people are not Qing Yu's opponents. She will be fine. The worry on Qing Wan's face didn't disappear at all. She looked at her miss helplessly. She was not worried about Qing Yu. She was worried about how they could get out of danger. Master and eldest young master were comforted by them. Now that Miss was kidnapped by bandits, they could only be helpless. They were really useless. There are too many of them. It's not your fault. Yili smiled and said, help me bandage my wound. Qing Luan nodded. She lowered her head and pulled a piece of cloth from the sleeve of the clean inner garment to bandage Yili's wound. She asked, Miss, do you know who wants to harm us? Could it be Madam? Yili shook her head and said, she is short of money recently. It's unlikely that she would take out 20,000 taels of silver to kidnap me. And it's easy to find out. The most important thing was that the other party obviously didn't mean to kill her. Then, either the other party was not afraid of her revenge, or the other party was someone she would never think of, so there was no way to take revenge. Therefore, it should not be Wang Shi. Chapter 62. Qing Luan frowned, but Miss didn't offend anyone. Yili was silent. They kidnapped her, but they didn't intend to take her life. Then, once the news of her being kidnapped by bandits spread out, her reputation would be ruined. Marriage? What? Someone doesn't want me and Prince Ding to get married smoothly, Yili said faintly. Li Wang. Qing Luan said hatefully. Yili shook her head, maybe, but not necessarily. Imo Jingli should know that if something happened to her, the first person Imo Xiaoyao would look for would be him. Then what should we do now? Qing Luan. Open the door and Miss can take the opportunity to escape. Yili shook her head. This place was at least 100 li away from the capital. If it was really for her and Prince Ding's marriage as she guessed, then the news of her being kidnapped would have spread out as soon as she left the capital. If she was alone, it might not be difficult to leave this stockade. But even if she went back now, it would be useless. Then, it was better to stay. Maybe there would be some unexpected discoveries. Take a rest first. We'll talk later. Yes, Mississippi, Ding Palace, Prince. The head steward of the palace came in anxiously. Seeing Imo Xiaoyao's face, he didn't have time to salute and hurriedly said, Prince, something bad happened? Imo Xiaoyao suddenly raised his head. What happened? Just now, the people below came to report that there was a sudden rumor outside, saying that third Missy was kidnapped by flower thieves. The sudden piercing gaze made the head steward's words stop abruptly. The head steward couldn't help but shiver. He looked at the man sitting in the wheelchair with some trepidation. Prince. Imo Xiaoyao closed his eyes and suddenly opened them. asking, "What happened?" This subordinate also doesn't know what happened. When the servants went out to buy things for the prince's wedding, they heard the news being spread all over the place. When he felt that something was wrong, he hurried back to report it to his subordinates. This subordinate does not dare to delay. Right now, Immerse Shoyao raised his hand to interrupt him, saying, "Immediately send someone to the minister's manor to see if Lily has returned." Another group of people is to immediately investigate Miss Li's whereabouts after she left the palace, as well as the situation in the palace. "Yes, I'll go right away." The supervisor didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and quickly disappeared into the corridor. Jean, inform Feng San that no matter what method you use, I do not want to hear any more rumors in the capital, Immerse Shoyao said indifferently in the quiet study, but the murderous intent in his voice made people tremble in fear.
Yes,
Prince. The steward who had just left appeared at the door. "What is it?" Eldest young master Su just sent someone to deliver an invitation, inviting Prince to quickly come to the Su residence for a chat. Immerse Shoyao lowered his gaze. "I understand." Su residence's residence in the main courtyard. Qingyu sat powerlessly on a chair. The sleeve of her left arm was torn, and half of her sleeve was dyed red with blood. The two men that the one-eyed man had sent to follow her were unconscious on the ground. Su Hongyu sat at the head of the table with a heavy expression. Below him sat Su Hongyan and Su Qingchen. Su Qingze and the others stood to the side, their expressions unsurprisingly ugly. "How are the rumors outside?" Su Hongyu asked in a heavy voice. Su Hongyan said, "Someone deliberately spread it. According to Qingyu, it hasn't even been 2 hours since Li Er was kidnapped, and the rumors have already spread throughout the capital. People have been sent to secretly search all over the capital. But I'm afraid Li Er is no longer in the capital." Su Qingchen said with a frown. The dignified son of heaven actually allowed so many people to kidnap 2 weak women. What are the capital's guards doing? Su Qingfeng was furious. Su Qingchen frowned and said, "We'll talk about this later. Can't these 2 people wake up?" Qingyu said, "This servant has drugged them with agarwood intoxication. They should wake up in 15 minutes." She originally wanted to lure these 2 people back to the Su family, but she didn't expect that one of them would be so alert and see through her plan. In his anger, he wanted to kill her to silence her. She helplessly spent a lot of effort and time to make these 2 people faint. Only then could she inform the eldest young master. But she didn't expect that in such a short time, the news of the young miss being kidnapped would spread throughout the capital. "Since you can't wake them up, leave it to I," a faint voice came from the door. Everyone turned to look. Immerse Shoyao was wearing plain clothes, sitting in a wheelchair with an indifferent expression as he stared at the 2 unconscious people on the ground. Behind him, the silent Jean pushed the wheelchair in. "Prince." Everyone stood up. Immerse Shoyao raised his hand. "Business is more important. There's no need for formalities." Jean. "Yes, Prince." Jean walked forward. With a flick of her right wrist, a thin, long whip appeared in her hand. There were small barbs on the tip of the whip, shining coldly under the candlelight. "Pa!" The long whip viciously lashed at the unconscious body on the ground. With a tearing sound, the barbs on the whip tore off a piece of skin and flesh. While everyone was stunned, Jean mercilessly lashed out with the whip again. "Pa! Pa!" After 5 lashes, a painful groan came from the ground. One of the people was the first to open his eyes. What greeted him was a long whip that was like a poisonous snake. "Ah! Pa! Save me! Spare me! Spare me! Immerse Shoyao leaned against the wheelchair with an indifferent expression. "Tell I? Where are the people you kidnapped?" "No. I don't know." "Prince, spare me. Prince, spare me. Pa! It hurts." "No, Prince, spare me. I really don't know. I only want to know the whereabouts of the people you kidnapped. Tell me and I will spare your life." Looking down at the person on the ground, Immerse Shoyao's expression was indifferent. The person under his gaze couldn't help but tremble. He moaned, I really don't know." Immerse Shoyao nodded. "I admire your backbone. I hope your backbone will allow you to live." The wheelchair slowly moved to the side of the person on the ground. That person endured the tearing pain in his body and stared at the person getting closer and closer to him. His eyes flashed with ecstasy. The moment Immerse Xiaoyao approached him, he suddenly jumped up and pounced at him. But the person in the wheelchair was clearly faster. The moment the person was about to touch him, he slumped to the ground. Then, Immerse Xiaoyao used a strange technique to quickly point at various parts of the person's body. Then, there was a series of bone-chilling kacha-kacha sounds accompanied by an incomparably mournful scream. The person who originally pounced over like a fierce tiger fell beside the wheelchair like a ball of rags. Immerse Xiaoyao took the handkerchief Aegean handed him and slowly wiped the right hand that had poked the person's body. He looked sideways at the other person on the ground. Now, are you willing to tell I the answer? Chapter 63. Everyone's eyes fell on the ragged body on the ground. It was really a ball of rags. The originally tall and slender man curled up into a ball at an extremely strange angle. It was as if all the bones in his body had disappeared in an instant. He was limp and lifeless on the ground. But what was even more frightening was that this person was still alive. The youngest, Su Qingyan, looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but shiver. He hid behind Su Qingfeng without leaving a trace. Now he didn't feel safe following fourth brother. Among the brothers, third brother's martial arts was the best. The person who was still unconscious began to tremble. Spare me, Prince, spare me. Where is the person you kidnapped? Immerse Xiaoyao asked. Not in the capital. Boss left the capital as soon as he caught the person. Where did he go? Woo. I really don't know. Boss said our stronghold was not safe, so he changed the place after doing the last job. I haven't been there. A tall man was so scared that he cried bitterly. Then tell me where you were. Outside the capital, 60 Li Black Cloud Peak. Woo. Prince, spare me. Give them to Feng San and see if he can get anything out of them. Go and prepare immediately. I want to leave the city. Yes. Jean put away the whip and walked out with one person in each hand. The young man's slender and thin body didn't feel the slightest strain carrying two strong men twice his size. He walked out as if he was flying. In a simple room, Yili and Qing Luan were lying on the bed and sitting on a stool beside the bed with their eyes closed. Although her eyes were closed, Qing Luan's face still had a look of shame and uneasiness. She secretly opened her eyes and glanced at Yili, who was sitting on the bed and leaning against the wall. Qing Luan whispered, Miss, lie down and rest for a while. Qing Luan will guard. Yili opened her eyes and looked at her. She smiled and said, Rest for an hour. Tonight, you must find a way to leave here. Qing Luan suddenly widened her eyes in surprise. How can that be? Miss should be the one to leave first. Qing Luan knows that young Miss is not a weak woman without the strength to truss a chicken. Qing Luan will lead those people away for young Mississippi. Young Miss will definitely be able to break out by herself. Yili shook her head and said, I will be fine even if you go out. If I don't see you, they will definitely kill you. That won't do. I can't leave Miss alone, Qing Luan said stubbornly. Yili looked at her firmly. When you go back, you can find someone to save me. Looking at their fearless look, I'm afraid it's not easy to find the place where we are now. Qing Luan's mind was in a mess, and she looked at Yili hesitantly. It seemed that listening to Miss's orders was the right choice, but for some reason, she felt uneasy. Yili smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm the Miss, aren't I? Big Brother asked all of you to listen to me. Are you going to disobey my orders? Miss, Qing Luan was at a loss and could only look at Yili with tears in her eyes. Yili looked at her and said softly, Qing Luan, be good. You must leave here tonight. Perhaps, after that, I will meet some unexpected people. Miss. Qing Luan looked at Yili in horror. Be good, don't be afraid. Miss, I can get myself out of this. Hurry up and go down the mountain to ask for help. You also want us to go home earlier, don't you? Yili smiled and fooled her. Qing Luan finally nodded solemnly. Bang! The door of the room was kicked open from the outside. Qing Luan quickly jumped up from the bed and stood in front of Yili, staring vigilantly at the two burly men who suddenly broke in. What do you want to do? The first person stared at Yili, who was protected behind Qing Luan, with a lustful look and laughed. Is this the third Miss of the Yi family? The most talented woman in the capital this year, Prince Ding's fiancée? The one who followed him was obviously a lackey. He smiled and said, "Second bandit chief is right. This is the miss brought back by the head bandit chief." The second bandit chief rubbed his hands and laughed evilly. "Big brother, what do you mean? Why are these two beautiful women locked up here?" The lackey was stunned and remembered what his boss told him. He quickly said, "Second bandit chief, you can't touch these two beauties." The second bandit chief snorted and said, "Who can't I touch in my ghost cloud mountain? This miss is worth a total of 60,000 taels of silver. The head bandit chief told us, especially Miss Yi, that we can't touch her." 60,000 taels of silver? The second bandit chief's eyes lit up with greed. His gaze fell on Yi Li and then returned to Qing Luan. He smiled and said, "Well, for the sake of 60,000 taels of silver, I will let her go first. Then this girl belongs to this fort master. Although she is not as beautiful as that one, she is much better than those ugly people in the village." As he said, he pounced on Qing Luan. "Qing Luan, do it." Yi Li suddenly got up and quickly bypassed Qing Luan and the second bandit chief who pounced on her. She directly knocked out the lackey standing behind. Qing Luan did not delay. Her seemingly petite body seemed to have infinite strength. She punched the man's abdomen, then nimbly turned over and landed behind him. She raised her hand and chopped the back of his neck. The tall and strong man immediately fell to the ground. He did not even make a sound. Yi Li had quickly closed the door behind her. Mississippi, Yi Li nodded with appreciation. The little girl had good potential. "Okay, don't delay. Do you remember the way down the mountain?" Qing Luan roughly recalled and nodded. When they went up the mountain, although the bandits covered their eyes, they ignored that Qing Luan was a martial artist and her hearing was extraordinary. Although she could not completely remember, she should still remember the general direction. Yi Li said, "I guess this village is newly built. Whether it's the mechanism or the defense, it won't be too strong. You should be careful. Let's go." "Miss, be careful." Yi Li nodded and repeatedly assured him that she would be safe. After sending Qing Luan away, she looked back at the two people who were still lying on the ground. She bent over and took out the hairpin on her head and pierced some inconspicuous acupoints on their bodies a few times. Only then did he sit back on the bed and close his eyes to rest. Yi Li sat quietly on the bed, but her ears were focused on listening to the movements outside. The village was quiet at night. Apparently, Qing Luan was not discovered by anyone. Yi Li heaved a sigh of relief. Someone who could successfully follow Mr. Feng, you should be trustworthy, right? As long as they were not discovered within an hour was enough for Qing Luan to leave this kind of ghost cloud or returning cloud mountain. Bang! The simple door was kicked open from the outside again, and the door began to sway with difficulty due to the unbearable weight. The one-eyed man rushed in first. When he saw the people on the ground and Yi Li sitting peacefully on the bed, he was stunned. Unexpectedly, he didn't get angry. Instead, he waved his hand and called for a few people to carry the people on the ground out. Chapter 64. It seems that I still underestimated you. Where's that girl? The one-eyed man stared at Yi Li and asked. Yi Li sighed helplessly in her heart. She was discovered in advance. She hoped that Qing Luan could go down the mountain safely. Didn't you see it? She escaped. The ferocious one-eyed man squinted suspiciously and stared at her. Why didn't you go with her? Or did that girl betray her master and escape? It's amazing that a little girl could escape from the stockade without anyone noticing. Yi Li looked at him and said, "A group of bandits actually managed to kidnap two people right under the emperor's nose. I'm also very surprised." The one-eyed man snorted and said, "The people I sent to follow your girl to get money haven't come back yet. What do you think happened to them?" Yi Li shook her head and pretended to be at a loss. "It seems that your girl is a master. Maybe she has gone down the mountain to find reinforcements now. What do you think you need to do to save your life before the reinforcements come?" The one-eyed man stared at the indifferent girl in front of him viciously. Yi Li raised her hand and touched her carefully bandaged shoulder helplessly. She said, "Maybe you can consider taking a sum of money from me and then go away. I think your two men didn't come back because they want to do something to my girl." Since you know that my girl is a master, you should also think that the other one won't be too bad. So, our deal can actually continue. It seems that Miss Yi likes to solve problems with money? The one-eyed man sneered. Yi Li shook her head. Didn't you take someone else's money to make things difficult for me? Since the other party didn't want to buy my life, then I think your purpose has been achieved. I believe that before tomorrow, the whole capital will spread the rumor that third Miss Yi was kidnapped by bandits. And I just spend some money so that I won't suffer any real harm, and you won't violate the deal with the other party. Why not kill two birds with one stone? It sounds very reasonable. Someone told me that problems that can be solved with money are not problems. This time I won't renege on the debt. I'll give you the money as soon as I'm free. I can even pay the deposit first. Yi Li smiled. What if I don't agree? The one-eyed man narrowed his eyes. Yi Li said indifferently, if I die, the Yi family and Su family will definitely do their best to encircle and annihilate you. If I was still alive, I would consider using all of my assets, including the Su family's dowry and the betrothal gifts of Ding Guangfu as a bounty. I would offer a bounty all over the world to kill you. I won't take your life. As long as I can see your blade once, I will give you 1,000 taels. How many people do you think will accept it? The one-eyed man's mouth twitched. Very vicious. The premise is that you can find me. Yi Li's smile widened. Someone in the Tianyi pavilion owes me a life. The mocking smile on the one-eyed man's face finally froze completely. The viciousness in his single eye gradually dissipated and was replaced by a sharp edge. Although he still had that terrifying face, in an instant, he gave off the aura of a superior. You are indeed Imo Xiaoyao's woman. You are indeed extraordinary. Yi Li smiled bitterly. It's just to save my life. Perhaps you are willing to show your true face? To be honest, I don't like to talk to people who wear masks. The one-eyed man stared at her in surprise. You can tell? I thought my disguise technique was good enough to pass off as the real thing. Yi Li said, I'm probably more sensitive to these things. I think there is still a difference between a human skin mask and a real face, isn't there? The one-eyed man rubbed his face in disgust. Time is too tight. It's a defective product that was made in a hurry. Since you know someone wants to ruin your reputation, do you know what the other party wants? Yi Li looked at him. I'd like to hear the details. The one-eyed man walked to the side and sat down. He stared at Yi Li with a teasing gaze. The other party wants to ruin your reputation. Pay attention, they really want to ruin you. Yi Li's eyes turned cold. It's a woman. The one-eyed man raised his eyebrows in surprise. Yi Li frowned. Only women like to use such a vicious method to deal with other women. The one-eyed man shrugged. I definitely won't tell you who the other party is. Aren't you afraid? Yi Li looked at him seriously. She thought for a bit and said, You don't plan on doing that, right? The man nodded and laughed. I have to admit, Imo Xiaoyao really does have a good eye. At least he's much better than that idiot Imo Jingli. I really don't plan on doing that. After all, I don't plan on angering Imo Xiaoyao for a few thousand taels of silver. You know Imo Xiaoyao, Yi Li pointed out. The one-eyed man didn't deny it. He stood up and said, We can leave now. Third Miss Yi, let's go get the money I deserve, and then send you home. What do you think? I estimate that in another 2 to 4 hours, Imo Xiaoyao should be here. It's not safe here. Yi Li indifferently followed him and stood up. She asked, What about the people in your stronghold? The one-eyed man turned around and gave her a twisted smile. You don't really think that I'm a bandit leader, do you? Don't worry, even though I'm not a bandit leader, but the people in this stronghold are all bandits who do all kinds of evil. They're just unlucky to be caught in Imo Xiaoyao's hands. The original one-eyed leader wasn't killed by you, right? Yi Li followed the man through the crude houses. Along the way, the bandits who passed by on patrol bowed to the one-eyed man. When they saw Yi Li following behind him, they all revealed a wretched smile. The guards here really aren't that good. No wonder Qing Wan didn't alert the people in the stronghold at all. You actually know about this? They really aren't that good. If it wasn't for my help, these idiots wouldn't have been able to leave the capital and would have been caught. The one-eyed man replied, That greedy guy is sleeping soundly in his room. He actually wants to monopolize all the bounty. I've always been the one to make money, leaving others with no money to earn. When Imo Xiaoyao comes, I'll use him as a scapegoat. What do you think of this idea? Yili nodded indifferently. She looked at the road in front of her that was getting more and more remote. We're leaving from here? The man nodded. Don't worry, as long as I get the money, I'll definitely send you back to the Yi family unscathed. Just as he was about to raise his hand to fiddle with the mechanism, a strange sound came from the foot of the mountain. Yili didn't make a sound, but the one-eyed man's expression immediately changed. He cursed in a low voice, "Damn it! How could he come so fast?" After saying this, he immediately gave up the original road and pulled Yili in another direction. We're not going to take the secret passage? The man said, It's not safe to take the secret passage, and it's too circuitous. Maybe we'll be caught in the middle. Listening to the sound that was gradually getting closer, there was still no movement in the stronghold. It was obvious that the people who came were all experts. The mob in the stronghold didn't even find a trace of them. The man pulled Yili towards the back of the mountain. There's another road in the back of the mountain. Although it's a bit dangerous, it leads directly to a valley. Imo Xiaoyao definitely won't be able to find it in a short time. Chapter 65. But Yili said, Relax, my Qinggong is not bad. I can still go down with you. But I want to renege on my debt, Yili said with a smile. A crescent moon hung in the sky, not too far away, not too close. A cool breeze blew from the top of the mountain. The one-eyed man lying on the cliff had a regretful and bitter smile on his face. Miss Yi, isn't this method too despicable? Yili leisurely sat by his side. She casually pulled off the cloth on her shoulder that was dyed red with rouge and threw it down the cliff. She indifferently shrugged and said, You're not a gentleman. I won't feel guilty. The method was not important. The result was the most important. Don't move. The thin and sharp blade was pressed against the man's pulse on his neck. I don't recommend you to act rashly before you have absolute confidence in your ability to do so. If I stab forward half an inch, even a golden immortal won't be able to save you. It's a very special poison. Can I ask what kind of strange poison you used to deal with your savior? The man helplessly gave up on the idea of using his internal energy to temporarily stop the poison. In fact, he could not use any internal energy right now. Yili shook her head. It's a secret, but the title of savior is still up for debate. Speaking of which, I've been in a very bad mood recently. It's an honor to hear the number one talented woman in the capital complain, the man said with a smile. But when paired with his frightening appearance, it seemed a bit funny. Yili frowned and said, Ever since Prince Ding and I were arranged to be married, it seems like all kinds of trouble have come knocking on our door, constantly probing, spying, looking for trouble, and of course kidnapping. Since it's so troublesome, why don't you elope with me? What do you think? Yili's long eyelashes gently fluttered. I'm not interested in the play between the talented man and the beautiful woman. Moreover, I'm guessing that the play must have forgotten to tell the beautiful woman what to do with her parents, relatives, sisters, and reputation. What are we going to rely on to survive? What if you elope with another beauty? The man looked at her in disappointment. After a while, he said, You think too much. Didn't the drama say that the gifted scholar would definitely become the top scholar in the future? She would be rich and her parents would forgive her, her relatives would envy her, and her sisters would be jealous of her. Most importantly, in the end, the gifted scholar and the beautiful woman will definitely live happily ever after, right? Yili shook her head. In the movie, it only says that this is the end of the drama. Most people imagine that they will grow old together and be in love forever, okay? The man thought about it carefully. There really didn't seem to be any dramas or storybooks where the couple grew old together and had many children and grandchildren. Very well, my lady. What will it take for you to let me go? The man seemed to understand that it was useless to beat around the bush with Yili, so he asked directly, Tell me who wants to harm me. Yili didn't beat around the bush and asked straightforwardly, What will happen if I don't say anything? The cold blade gently slid across his neck and small bumps appeared on the skin on his neck. Don't worry, I won't stab you with a knife. I will directly push you down. Yili looked down at the bottomless valley and smiled. Why don't you just stab me with a knife? The man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No, I really can't say that. You can say that. I promise someone else. A man's words carry enormous weight. Even if you stab me to death, I won't say anything. The man said firmly. Yili looked at him for a while and raised her eyebrows. All right. Since it's like this, then let me see what kind of face is hidden under this mask. Missy, how about you let me go now and I owe you a favor? The man tried to negotiate. This sounds a bit familiar. However, do you think that I would trust someone whose identity I don't even know? Even if you owe me 100 favors, I won't be able to find you. Yili held the dagger in one hand and pointed it at the man's neck. Her other hand began to search that twisted and ugly face. Miss Yi, I have 20,000 silver taels on me. Take it and treat it as a way to get over your shock. How about we write off today's matter? Yili's hand did not stop as she lightly said, Do you think that I'm like you, willing to risk my life for money? If we write it off this time, how would I know if there won't be a next time? The man was silent for a moment before saying, I don't know if there will be a next time, but I can guarantee that I won't make things difficult for Miss Yi. How about it? Feeling Yi Li's hand paused for a moment, the man quickly added, I promise that I will never make things difficult for Miss Yi again. You can tell this to Imo Xiaoyao. He knows who I am and knows if my words can be trusted. The cold blade on his neck finally left a bit. Yi Li stood up. I'll trust you for now. The antidote? No, the antidote was given to me by Qing Yu. Although you can't use your internal strength, it shouldn't be a problem if you don't use your Qinggong. Yi Li said with a faint smile. The man clenched his teeth, but the sound of footsteps not far away made him unable to argue with Yi Li. He could only stand up and prepare to use a method he had never used before to climb down the valley. But unfortunately, he was a step too slow. A cold voice came from the other side of the path. Han Mingyue, a plain-clothed man sitting in a wheelchair, slowly appeared at the end of the path. Behind him was the silent brown-clothed youth who was steadily pushing the wheelchair. Even on this uneven mountain peak, he didn't seem to be struggling at all. Sitting in the wheelchair, Imo Xiaoyao's face was as calm as water. He stared at the one-eyed man with a cold and deep gaze. With just a glance, the one-eyed man felt his body stiffen as if he was frozen in ice. He could only bitterly smile as he looked at the cliff less than 2 steps away from him. Li, are you all right? Imo Xiaoyao looked at Yi Li with a warm gaze. Yi Li calmly put away her dagger under his gaze. She walked in front of him and said with an apologetic smile, Sorry, I made you worry. Imo Xiaoyao's eyes flashed and his brows furrowed. In the end, he sighed softly and said, You're tired. Let's talk when we get back. Yi Li also felt that the current environment wasn't suitable for talking. She nodded in agreement with Imo Xiaoyao's suggestion. One of the women following behind Imo Xiaoyao and Jean gave a cloak to Yi Li. Yi Li faintly smiled. Even though she felt that it wasn't too cold, she still put on the cloak. Han Mingyue, can you tell me why you're here? Imo Xiaoyao asked as he stared sharply at the man on the cliff. You can recognize me even like this? The man sighed. He reached out and searched his face for a while. Then, he pulled off a leather mask, revealing his originally handsome but dejected face. When she heard Imo Xiaoyao mention the name Han Mingyue, Yi Li only raised her eyebrows. When the man took off his mask and saw his handsome face, she wasn't too surprised. This face was at least 80% similar to that Sir Fengyu from a while ago. However, that face was easily seductive and frivolous, while this face was much more decent. The same raised eyebrows and smiling expression gave off a carefree and unrestrained feeling. Chapter 66. Haha, Xiaoyao, we haven't seen each other in so many years. I didn't expect to see you again under such circumstances. It's really a pity. Even though the handsome man was dressed in the rough clothes of a bandit, he still gave off the impression of a distinguished and elegant young master. However, the slightly fawning expression on his face made people feel slightly uncomfortable. You must have said that I would come all the way here to congratulate you on your wedding. It seems like you still don't welcome old friends. Your congratulations are to kidnap my fiancé? Imo Xiaoyao's voice was deep and pleasant. Yi Li, who was standing behind him, unconsciously pulled her cloak closer. It's a misunderstanding, Han Mingyue said helplessly with a bitter expression. I didn't know that the person I was going to kidnap was your fiancé. However, I've already accepted the deal. If I can't complete it, how can I, Han Mingyue, keep my reputation and face? I've already tried my best to minimize the loss. Now, I've completed the deal and your fiancé is safe and sound. Moreover, I've been tricked by her. I'm the one who's losing out, okay? Who paid for it? Emo Xiaoyao stared at her and asked. I can't say. Han Mingyue smiled bitterly. Emo Xiaoyao sneered. Han Mingyue, as long as there's money, is there anything you don't dare to sell other than your brother? Han Mingyue sighed. The expression on her face became even more bitter. She looked at Emo Xiaoyao and said, there's always one or two things that I can't sell no matter what. Moreover, Mingxi was dealt with badly by you this time. Xiaoyao, for my sake, can you not pursue the matter this time? I promise there won't be a next time. Emo Xiaoyao's expression darkened. Han Mingyue stomped her feet and said, we'll send 10% of the Tianyi Pavilion's profits this year to my sister-in-law. Han Mingyue, you're too nervous. Emo Xiaoyao raised his hand and touched the mask on his face. Han Mingyue froze, and a trace of annoyance flashed across her face. How could he forget that Emo Xiaoyao knew him too well? If he didn't appear so nervous, it would be difficult for Emo Xiaoyao to determine his target. Xiaoyao, I'm begging you. After looking deeply at Han Mingyue's pleading face for a while, Emo Xiaoyao spat out these two words, scram. In the face of such rude treatment, Han Mingyue's face was filled with joy. I will definitely send an apology gift to sister-in-law's residence within 3 days. Emo Xiaoyao's reply was to raise his hand slightly. Black Cloud Cavalry fire. The people who were originally standing around in a semicircle, wrapped in black clothes and wearing black headscarves, had unknowingly grabbed their bows and arrows. Draw the bow and release the arrow. Han Mingyue could only helplessly fall down the cliff. Emo Xiaoyao, you're ruthless. Han Mingyue's pitiful cries disappeared from the cliff. Yili blinked and lowered her head to look at Emo Xiaoyao. She wasn't sure if Han Mingyue was still hiding his strength. At the very least, even if she was in her best condition, there was no way she would be fine after falling down from here. As if he knew her doubts, Emo Xiaoyao explained, Han Mingyue likes to leave a backup plan behind. He definitely has some arrangements below. He won't die from the fall. Yili frowned. So her threat to throw him down was not a threat at all. As expected, it was easy to make mistakes if you didn't understand your enemy. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you won't be defeated in 100 battles. The war saint didn't lie to me. Let's go back. Emo Xiaoyao reached out his hand and said softly, okay. In the other courtyard of the Sufu, she finally managed to get rid of her 2 uncles and 5 cousins with great difficulty. On one hand, Yili felt that dealing with so many people at the same time was a bit of a headache. At the same time, she could feel the uncontrollable warmth and joy of being cared for by her family. Emo Xiaoyao sat to the side and silently looked at the young girl sitting across from him. He suddenly found that he didn't understand his fiancée at all. In reality, his fiancée wasn't even 16 yet, but she was unexpectedly strong, decisive, and mature. What was he doing when he was 15 or 16? Emo Xiaoyao rarely thought about the past, but looking at the young girl's faint smile in front of him, he felt that it wasn't that painful to think about the past. When he was 15 or 16, he was in the prime of his youth. Riding a horse in the capital, he was frivolous and wanton. Who in the world didn't know that the young master of the Ding King's household was a young hero? Who in the world didn't know that the young general of the Ding King's household had swept through the southern border like a god at a young age? Even on the bloody battlefield, he was still in high spirits, his words and actions unrestrained. But when this young girl was 15 years old, she had already experienced things that most girls would never experience in their lifetime. Losing her mother at a young age, breaking off the engagement, being schemed against by her stepmother, a dismal reputation, a marriage that everyone was afraid of, being plotted against, being kidnapped. But he had never seen her panicked appearance before. Even after encountering this kind of situation today, she didn't cry or get angry after escaping danger. She even smiled and said sorry to him for making him worry. If he was in her position, he definitely wouldn't be able to be this calm at her age. Emo Xiaoyao sighed in his heart. Li, I'm very sorry about today's matter. After a long time, Imo Xiaoyao said in a soft voice. Yili looked up at him and smiled. This isn't something you can control. I was too careless. But tomorrow in the capital, I'm afraid it will affect the Ding King's household's reputation. Imo Xiaoyao looked at her, his eyes deep and unfathomable. I have the final say in the Ding King's household, as long as you don't regret it. Yili blinked and instantly understood what he meant. He had the final say in the Ding King's household, so no matter what her reputation became, it wouldn't affect their marriage. Was it like this? Tilting her head to think, Yili helplessly smiled and said, I think if I regret it, I probably won't be able to get married in this lifetime. Then how about, we make do? Imo Xiaoyao's lips curled into a hard-to-see curve. That's for the best. I also feel that if you regret it, it won't be easy for me to find a suitable princess in this lifetime. Yili looked at him with a smile and said, Since the prince doesn't mind, then let's make do. Seeing the young girl sitting in front of the window turn around and smile at him, saying let's make do, Imo Xiaoyao suddenly felt his heart sway. Under the candlelight, the young girl's slightly pale face seemed to glow faintly, making one's heart skip a beat. Imo Xiaoyao quickly moved away and supported his forehead with his hand, saying, Han Mingyue will probably send you something in the next 2 days. Don't worry about him, just accept it. Yili said in surprise, Will he really give me 10% of the Tianyi Pavilion's income? The Tianyi Pavilion was the largest intelligence organization in Dechu State. Even 10% of the income from selling all kinds of information every year was absolutely shocking. Imo Xiaoyao nodded and looked at Yili, wanting to say something, but hesitated. Yili said with a smile, There's no need to talk about today's matter, since you've already agreed to Han Mingyue. Although I'm not sure how powerful the Tianyi Pavilion and the Wind and Moon Pavilion are, I don't really want to be enemies with him. However, this is the only time. If that person makes any moves in the future and falls into my hands, I won't accept his pleading. Of course. After a moment of silence, Imo Xiaoyao looked seriously at Yili and promised, Since Miss Li doesn't regret it, then you and I are family in the future. Anyone who wants to hurt Miss Li is my enemy. Chapter 67. Yili nodded with a smile and did not say anything. The crescent moon outside the window gradually set behind the roof. The young girl raised her head to look at the waning moon in the sky. Her beautiful face was bathed in a layer of quiet light by the moonlight. Behind her, the young man in the wheelchair focused on the young girl's slender figure. His gentle gaze was filled with an inexplicable light. In a secret base of the Tianyi Pavilion in the capital, Han Mingyue fell into the room in a sorry state, startling the people in the room. Brother, what happened to you? Young Master Feng Yu, who made countless parents want to skin him alive and countless young girls fall head over heels for him, was stunned for a moment. He hurriedly rushed over to catch his brother's tottering body. Han Mingyue waved his hand and allowed his brother to help him sit down on a soft couch. He smiled bitterly and said, I've offended the devil. Although he was used to being fully prepared, when he jumped off the cliff, no matter how careful he was, he still suffered internal and external injuries from the impact of the protruding branches. Regarding this, he didn't have any resentment in his heart. Everyone knew that Imo Xiaoyao had indeed shown mercy. Otherwise, no one in the Black Cloud Cavalry would have missed a person who had lost all his internal energy with their archery skills. Brother, you've seen third young Mistress Yi? Han Mingxi asked in surprise as he felt Han Mingyue's pulse. Han Mingyue forced himself to sit up. He looked at his brother and narrowed his eyes. How did you know? You offended Imo Xiaoyao in the capital this time. Don't tell me it's because of this young Mistress Yi? Han Mingxi rubbed his nose awkwardly and tried to smile apologetically. Brother, I also fell into Yi Li's hands last time because of the same medicine. I owe her a favor. Can you not cause trouble for her? Han Mingyue sneered. You think the Tianyi Pavilion owes her a favor? Han Mingxi lowered his head in shame and counted with his fingers. That woman is very smart. I didn't say anything, but she already guessed the relationship between the Tianyi Pavilion and the Wind and Moon Inn. She took my jade pendant. I can't do anything about it. That's my jade pendant. Hand it over. Who knows what kind of trouble it will cause if it's on you? Han Mingyue stretched out her hand. Han Mingxi did not dare to disobey and obediently handed over the jade pendant. Anyway, he had no interest in the Wind and Moon Pavilion or the Tianyi Pavilion. He only took his brother's jade pendant for fun. Brother, are you seriously injured? I'll call the doctor. Seeing her usually frivolous brother's face filled with worry, Han Mingyue's expression softened a little. She said softly, "It's nothing serious. It's just that I can't use my internal energy. There's no need to call a doctor. Are there any guests?" Han Mingxi's face sank. She wasn't sure if Han Mingyue was still hiding his strength. At the very least, even if she was in her best condition, there was no way she would be fine after falling down from here. As if he knew her doubts, Imo Shouyao explained, Han Mingyue likes to leave a backup plan behind. He definitely has some arrangements below. He won't die from the fall. Yili frowned. So her threat to throw him down was not a threat at all. As expected, it was easy to make mistakes if you didn't understand your enemy. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you won't be defeated in 100 battles. The war saint didn't lie to me. Let's go back. Imo Shouyao reached out his hand and said softly, "Okay." In the other courtyard of the Sufu, she finally managed to get rid of her 2 uncles and 5 cousins with great difficulty. On one hand, Yili felt that dealing with so many people at the same time was a bit of a headache. At the same time, she could feel the uncontrollable warmth and joy of being cared for by her family. Imo Shouyao sat to the side and silently looked at the young girl sitting across from him. He suddenly found that he didn't understand his fiancée at all. In reality, his fiancée wasn't even 16 yet, but she was unexpectedly strong, decisive, and mature. What was he doing when he was 15 or 16? Imo Shouyao rarely thought about the past, but looking at the young girl's faint smile in front of him, he felt that it wasn't that painful to think about the past. When he was 15 or 16, he was in the prime of his youth. Riding a horse in the capital, he was frivolous and wanton. Who in the world didn't know that the young master of the Ding King's household was a young hero? Who in the world didn't know that the young general of the Ding King's household had swept through the southern border like a god at a young age? Even on the bloody battlefield, he was still in high spirits, his words and actions unrestrained. But when this young girl was 15 years old, she had already experienced things that most girls would never experience in their lifetime. Losing her mother at a young age, breaking off the engagement, being schemed against by her stepmother, a dismal reputation, a marriage that everyone was afraid of, being plotted against, being kidnapped. But he had never seen her panicked appearance before. Even after encountering this kind of situation today, she didn't cry or get angry after escaping danger. She even smiled and said sorry to him for making him worry. If he was in her position, he definitely wouldn't be able to be this calm at her age. Imo Shouyao sighed in his heart. "Li, I'm very sorry about today's matter." After a long time, Imo Shouyao said in a soft voice. Yili looked up at him and smiled. "This isn't something you can control. I was too careless. But tomorrow in the capital, I'm afraid it will affect the Ding King's household's reputation. I let you, the head of the Tianyi Pavilion, the most handsome man in Jiangnan, do it personally. It's a gift to her. Why didn't you do it?" The woman said unhappily. "Enough." Han Mingyue said coldly, "Why didn't you ask me how I was injured and how I was injured? Do you think that if I really did something to Yili, I would be able to come back alive tonight?" The woman's breath stopped. She seemed to have noticed her loss of composure. She looked at him apologetically and said softly, "Why did you go alone? If you brought more people, even if Imo Shouyao brought the Black Cloud Cavalry, they might not be able to hurt you. With the current situation, it's impossible for him to mobilize a large number of Black Cloud Cavalry." Han Mingyue's cold expression softened as the woman's soft voice softened. He said indifferently, "Because I can't drag the Tianyi Pavilion down with me. This is a private matter between you and me. Naturally, I'll deal with it myself. You should take care of yourself. In the future, don't come looking for me regarding Yili's matters. I won't help you anymore." "Why?" "Because next time, Shouyao will definitely kill me. I'm a businesswoman. I've never wanted to challenge the Imo family's bottom line. You should go. Be careful." After speaking, Han Mingyue leaned against the soft couch and closed his eyes. He no longer paid any attention to the woman in black at the door. The woman in black, clearly still had something to say. However, when she saw the ashen-faced man lying on the soft couch with rejection written all over his body, she could only swallow the words she wanted to say. She snorted softly and said, "Then rest well. I'll go back first." She turned and walked out the door. Not far from the door, a man who resembled Han Mingyue stared at her with gloomy eyes. "You don't have to come again. We're going back to Jiangnan soon." The woman in black turned to the side. Her charming eyes lifted slightly with a hint of disdain. "If you have time, go pick a few more flowers. Don't meddle in other people's business. I don't want Mingyue to tell me that she's missing a younger brother." Han Mingxi's expression darkened. He sneered and said, "Just as well. I'll see what kind of person has captivated my brother." Not many people knew how good Sir Feng Yu's martial arts were. However, his qinggong was definitely not something that could be bragged about. The man who was originally standing under the tree only lightly fluttered his sleeves. In an instant, he disappeared from under the tree. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing beside the woman in black. He reached out to pull the black veil on her face. Impudent. Chapter 68. Mingxi, stop. At the door, Han Mingyue gloomily looked at the two people who were at daggers drawn. "Let her go." "Humph." Han Mingxi angrily swung his hand and jumped up, disappearing from the roof. Han Mingyue stared at the woman in black in the courtyard with warning eyes. "Don't provoke Mingxi. Hee. As long as he doesn't provoke me, why would I provoke him? Mingyu, he is still your brother. We are friends, aren't we?" The woman laughed softly. Bang! Han Mingyue took a step back and slammed the door in her face. "Han Ming, you." The woman in black's eyes flashed with shock as she shouted hatefully. She saw that the candles in the room were extinguished very quickly. It was obvious that the person inside was preparing to sleep. She snorted and turned to leave the quiet and dark courtyard. The woman in black walked out of the inconspicuous courtyard. Immediately, a few men in black came forward. "Mississippi," the woman nodded and said coldly, "Let's go back." The leader of the men in black could see that the woman was not in a good mood and did not dare to say anything. He waved his hand and a few men protected the woman as they quickly left in the dark night. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through the air with the force of 1,000 caddies. The leader of the men in black quickly pulled out his sword and tried to block the arrow. But that arrow was not so easy to block. He only felt the sword in his hand shake, and even the hand holding the sword suddenly became numb. The arrow brushed past the sword and shot towards the woman in black who was behind him. Ah! Miss! The arrow flew past the woman's face and was firmly fixed on the wall by the roadside not far away. The woman in black looked back at the arrow that was deeply embedded in the wall. Her body went soft and she almost fell. Just a little more and that arrow would have destroyed her face even if it did not pierce through her head. Mississippi, the people around her hurriedly went over to support her, but the woman waved her hand to shake them off. Then, she raised her hand and slapped the black-clothed man's face. Trash! The black-clothed man lowered his head sadly. Feng Jiao. A burst of clear laughter came from the roof not far away. The woman raised her head and saw Feng Jiao dressed in flamboyant red clothes. He was leisurely sitting on the roof and looking down at her sorry state. Feng Jiao raised his handsome eyebrows and gestured to her with a bow in his left hand. Feng Jiao, how dare you? The woman gritted her teeth. I'm so scared. It's not illegal for me to shoot one or two sneaky men in black in the middle of the night, right? Perhaps Lord Sheen would even be grateful to me for contributing to the security of the capital. Don't kill him for me. The woman pointed at the roof with her slender finger, her voice filled with killing intent. As soon as she thought of that arrow, she couldn't help but want to tear the arrogant man in front of her into pieces. You want to compete with me in terms of numbers? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Feng Jiao lazily raised his hand and waved behind him. A similar group of black-clothed people silently appeared on the roof, but each of them held a bow and arrow in their hands. They directly drew their bows and aimed their arrows accurately at the narrow street below. The woman in black was so angry that her eyes were about to burst into flames. She gritted her teeth and arrogantly said, Feng Jiao, Do you dare to kill me? Feng Jiao regretfully shook his head. I don't dare. Hearing his answer, the woman's confidence increased. She slightly raised her chin and said, Since you don't dare, then scram far away. Fuck. This young master hates arrogant women the most. Feng Jiao's evil phoenix eyes flashed with a cold light. He quickly raised his hand and shot an arrow. Another arrow flew past the woman's clothes and landed at her feet. Feng Jiao. Feng Jiao lazily looked at her. His gaze was even more disdainful than the woman's. Don't call me that. This young master won't fall in love with you. Someone told me to warn you to stop messing around. Otherwise, tonight's arrow will not hit the wall. Even if you don't believe in this young master's archery, you shouldn't doubt them. He raised his hand and pointed at the black-clothed man Feng Jiao. No. This is impossible. The black-clothed woman stared at the black-clothed man behind Feng Jiao in shock. How could he? Feng Jiao, you dare use the Black Cloud Cavalry without permission. TSK, a woman who deceives herself. Feng Jiao impatiently sat up and said, Just remember this young master's warning, or else you'll blame this young master for not telling you the next time you're disfigured. The black-clothed woman lowered her eyes and did not say anything. Feng Jiao was not in the mood to argue with her. He said to the people behind him, Finish what you need to do. Everyone can leave. So. Several sounds of wind breaking through the air. The people who were protecting the woman fell to the ground. Only the leader was left holding his sword tightly. But he knew in his heart that the hand holding the sword did not have any strength after that arrow. If another arrow came, he would not be able to block or escape. Feng Jiao, you casually used the Black Cloud Cavalry. Aren't you afraid that the people in the palace will find out? The black-clothed woman finally opened her mouth. Feng Jiao waved his hand and said with a smile, You should first think about how to explain the sudden disappearance of so many people by your side. In the end, the woman did not say anything else. She brought the last remaining guard and left this deserted street with hatred. When she left, the black-clothed man on the roof also quickly disappeared into the night. Feng Jiao turned around and flipped over the roof. He entered the room through the half-open window. He looked at the man sitting inside and said with a helpless smile, How is it? Is eldest young Master Su satisfied? Su Qingchen sat peacefully by the window. In front of him was a jug of wine and 2 wine cups. He raised his hand and poured the 2 cups of wine. Putting down the jug, he raised his head and smiled at Feng Jiao. Thank the prince for me. The news that the third young miss, the future Princess Ding, had been kidnapped by bandits was shocking in the capital. Not long after Yili had been kidnapped, the news had already begun to circulate in the capital. If one tried to forcefully suppress the rumors, it would only make it more conspicuous and become more and more intense. Therefore, no matter if it was the Yi family, the Su family, or the Li palace, no one publicly expressed an opinion. The next morning, when Yili sat in a carriage with all kinds of rewards from the palace and was escorted by the Su family's second young master and third young master from the Su family back to the Yi family, the rumors in people's hearts gradually began to shake. After all, the people who happened to pass by unintentionally saw that the Yi third young miss was fine in both her appearance and body. It did not look like she had just been kidnapped. As for the 2 young masters of the Su family, even third young master Su, who was said to have the worst temper and could not hide his thoughts, did not seem to be acting strangely. So, yesterday's news was just a malicious rumor? Yili indifferently listened to Qing Shuang's long-winded narration of the rumors she had heard from outside. She laughed inwardly. Of course, third brother could calmly come out to meet people because he had already vented most of his anger on those blind bandits last night. Thinking of last night when she had gone down the mountain with Imo Xiaoyao, the thick smell of blood in the mountain stronghold, and third brother's murderous appearance, Yili believed that the scholarly Su family was about to produce a general. Yili did not plan to ask how Imo Xiaoyao would deal with those bandits. No matter if they were bandits who had fled to the capital or local bandits, it was always a good thing to have one less group of people. Chapter 69. Third Miss Yi. A clear male voice came from outside the window. Qing Luan immediately pulled out her sword and pointed at the young man who suddenly appeared outside the window. Yili smiled and pressed down Qing Wan's arm. She turned around and said with a smile, "Young Master Han, how have you been?" Outside the window was the kidnapper Han Mingyue, who had just left last night. Han Mingyue smiled bitterly and helplessly. "Third miss, do I look good to you?" As soon as he entered the courtyard, he could feel the covetous eyes in the dark. He had no doubt that if he acted rashly now, the master of the Tianyi Pavilion would definitely disappear silently from the world. Taking out a wooden carving box from her sleeve and putting it on the windowsill, Han Mingyue said, "This is for Third Miss to get over the shock. It's also a wedding gift to congratulate Third Miss and Xiaoyao. I don't know if I can make it in time to drink a cup of wedding wine." Yili nodded. Without looking at the box, she asked, "Is young Master Han ready to leave the capital?" Han Mingyue smiled and said, "I've been frightened a lot recently. Staying in Jiangnan makes me feel more at ease. I welcome Miss Yi and Xiaoyao to come to Jiangnan together when you have time. At that time, I will definitely do my best as a host." Yili smiled and said, "Young Master Han's words make us a little ashamed." Han Mingyue raised her eyebrows and said, "Then, the previous misunderstanding is written off?" Yili's eyes turned slightly and said with a smile, "The misunderstanding between you and me is written off. As for the misunderstanding between you and Imo Xiaoyao, it's your own business." Han Mingyue was a little disappointed, but she also knew that she was forcing Yili. She also appreciated that Yili knew how to behave appropriately. She no longer delayed and said, "Now, I'll take my leave. Take care. I won't see you off." After Han Mingyue left, Qing Wan stepped forward to take the box on the windowsill and said discontentedly, "Miss, why are you so polite to that kind of person?" Yili turned and sat down. She smiled and said, "He was also very polite to us yesterday." Yili knew that if Han Mingyue hadn't been wary of Imo Xiaoyao from the start, they wouldn't have had the chance to escape unscathed. She believed that Han Mingyue was afraid of Imo Xiaoyao, but she didn't believe that Han Mingyue was afraid of Imo Xiaoyao. If it wasn't because of him, how could Miss? The people outside are still talking about Miss being kidnapped. It's so unpleasant. Qing Wan didn't think that Han Mingyue was polite to them. If it wasn't because of him, how could Miss be ridiculed by others? Yili said faintly, "If it wasn't him, it could be someone else. Not everyone happens to know Prince." After taking the box from Qing Wan and opening it, Yili was also a little surprised. There was a thick stack of banknotes neatly placed in the box. 2 banknotes worth 10,000 taels and a dozen banknotes worth 1,000 taels. Qing Wan took a look and couldn't help but exclaim, "Miss, this?" Yili raised her eyebrows. She looked a little embarrassed. 20,000 taels of banknotes was equivalent to more than 200,000 taels of silver. Even Yili was embarrassed to accept such a large sum of money. Beside the banknotes was a pair of top-grade white jade dragon and phoenix pendants. Just by looking at the quality of the jade, she knew that it must be extraordinary. After thinking about it, Yili closed the box again and passed it to Qing Shuang. "Get ready. I'm going to the Prince Ding mansion." Qing Shuang held the box carefully. She also saw it just now. She had never seen so much money since she was young. "Boo-hoo, I'm so scared." "Yes, Mississippi Lee." "Lee." Murong Ting's voice came from outside before she entered the door. Yili smiled and got up to welcome her. Qin Zheng, Hua Tianxiang, and Qin Yuling, the sister of the capital city magistrate Qin Mu, whom she had only met twice, came to visit Yili together. Murong Ting entered the room first and grabbed Yili, asking repeatedly, "Miss Li, are you okay?" Yili smiled and said, "If I'm not okay, why would I be standing here? Why are you guys here?" Qin Zheng covered her lips and smiled faintly. "Ting ran over early in the morning to drag me and Tianxiang over to look for you. I told her that you were completely fine, but she insisted that she was worried and had to come over to take a look. We met Miss Yuling on the way and came together." Murong Ting hugged Yili and waved her fists. "If I find out which bastard is the one who spread the rumors, I'll slap his face so hard that even his parents won't be able to recognize him. This is simply too much, 10,000 times more than that bastard Lung Haoyu." Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Yili smiled at Qin Yuling. "Miss Qin, thank you for coming to see me." Qin Yuling smiled shyly. "Actually, I'm here to apologize to Miss Yi on behalf of my brother. He just took charge of the capital city magistrate, and something like this happened, implicating Miss Ye's reputation. Yili shook her head. Looking at Qin Yuling's expression, she knew that she must have come behind Qin Mu's back. Actually, there was no reason for this kind of thing to be blamed on Qin Mu, the capital city magistrate. Even in her previous life, no matter how advanced the technology was, there was never a lack of crime. Furthermore, at this time, people's energy was limited, so how could they manage everything? Lord Qin is the parent magistrate of the capital city's people. He wholeheartedly serves the people and is known as the Iron Face Magistrate. It's just some rumors. Miss Qin doesn't have to care about it. Rumors stop with the wise. If you ignore them, those people will find it boring and naturally won't spread it again. Hearing Yi Li's words, Qin Yuling also let out a sigh of relief. She and her brother relied on each other for survival since young. Although her brother didn't say it, she knew that this matter involved Ding King's manor, Minister's manor, and Su family. Her brother was only a third-ranking magistrate, and Qin family didn't have any backing. If she wasn't careful, she could be used as a scapegoat. Thank you, Miss Yi. Hua Tianxiang smiled. Miss Qin, you don't have to thank her. Those vile people are jealous of Miss Li and want to ruin her reputation. Lord Qin can't control everyone's mouths, right? Miss Li, looking at your dressing, are you preparing to go out? Hua Tianxiang noticed Yi Li's clothes and asked, could it be that we came at a bad time? I just planned to make a trip to Ding King's manor. It's not anything important. It won't be too late to go later. Yi Li said. Oh? Murong Ting rolled her eyes and smiled maliciously. So our Miss Li is already so familiar with Prince Ding? Yi Li rolled her eyes in annoyance. Murong Ting didn't care at all and said cheerfully, why do we have to personally go to Ding King's manor? Wouldn't it be enough to send an invitation to Prince Ding to come out? At the same time, we can also let those talkative vile people know that no matter how hard they try, they won't be able to separate Miss Li and Prince Ding. Qin Yuling looked at Murong Ting with some doubt. Does Miss Murong know who did it? Just call me Murong. Murong Ting said confidently. Who else could it be? It must be that Prince Li who can't bear to see Miss Li live well. I've never seen a man more petty than him in my life. He's a perfect match for Ying. Yi Li was speechless. Mo Jingli was really wrong this time. However, it should be because his character was too bad that he was so easily suspected, right? The other three people looked at each other. However, after seeing Murong Ting's confident expression and thinking about the grudges between Mo Jingli and Yi Li, they all agreed with Murong Ting's guess. Even Qin Yuling had an expression of not expecting Prince Li to be such a person. Chapter 70. Prince Li's temper was not good. This was not a secret among the nobles in the capital. However, if one were to observe carefully, they would discover that His Highness Prince Li, who was supposed to be proud after the wedding, had an even worse temper than before. Especially when he went out early in the morning and heard people talking about Yi Li, his mood should be incomparably good. But he found that when he passed by, people would intentionally or unintentionally look at him strangely, or they would quickly shut up and change the topic to talk about unrelated things. Even when he was drinking tea, he could feel the eyes of everyone in the tea house secretly looking at him. Something happened to Yi Li, that woman, and the one being laughed at should be Mo Xiaoyao. Why did he feel like everyone was laughing at him? Most of the people in the capital were still kind. So when they saw Mo Jingli appear, even if they knew that they could not offend the emperor's younger brother, they still gave him a look of disdain. SK. What kind of person was he? It was fine if he broke off a girl's engagement for no reason, but he also couldn't bear to see her doing well. Not only did he ruin the girl's reputation, but now he was spreading such vile rumors. If this was a normal girl, wouldn't she have been forced to die? This kind of person, even if he was a relative of the emperor, would still be called scum. Prince. The people following Mo Jingli were also frightened by the pressure around their prince. What is going on? Mo Jingli gritted his teeth and asked. Garda looked around and sadly found that he was the closest to the prince. The other guards had already moved to the side and said in a trembling voice, replying to Prince, everyone is talking about Yi. Third young Miss Yi. I know that they are talking about that woman. What does talking about that woman have to do with I? They all looked at I like I was scum. Did they think that I did not see it? Shouldn't they be mocking that woman and laughing at Mo Xiaoyao for being cuckolded? This Someone said, Someone said that Prince, you can't bear to see third young Miss Yi and hate that third young Miss Yi is about to happily join the Ding Palace and was rude to you at Chu Xiang Pavilion before. So you deliberately spread rumors, cough cough, to destroy third young Miss Ye's reputation. Imperial bodyguard A, who intended to use his fastest speed to make things clear, had his face flushed red. Before he could finish his words, he looked at his prince in horror as he crushed the folding fan in his hand into pieces. What did you say? Emo Jingli's body was emitting waves of energy. Everyone who passed by couldn't help but take a detour. Prince. Prince. It wasn't me who said it. It was all the people in the capital who said it. Gardas said in his heart, feeling wronged. In short, Li Palace's reputation had reached a new low after the prince seduced his fiancée's younger sister and bought things without paying. Li, Zhang come up quickly. There's no one upstairs, let's sit outside. A clear female voice rescued the almost frozen imperial bodyguard A. When he saw his prince's gaze quickly turn to the staircase, the imperial bodyguard quickly curled himself into a ball and hid in a safe place. Mu Rongting, wearing a delicate and beautiful red dress, took the lead to walk up to the second floor. She even turned around and waved to her friends behind her. The child who was leading the way in front of her simply wanted to cry. Miss Mu Rongting, it's not that there's no one upstairs. We are here in one of the best tea houses in the capital. It's that everyone was scared away by Prince Li. When she turned around, Mu Rongting saw Mo Jingli, whose face was as black as ink. She couldn't help but look back and consider whether to change to another tea house. But at this moment, Hua Tianxiang and the others also walked up. Thus, the group of 5 girls helplessly stared at each other. Yili was even more helpless. She even suspected that she really had some ill-fated relationship with Mo Jingli in her previous life. No matter where she went, it seemed that as long as she went out, she would run into him. Yili didn't know. Actually, this wasn't too strange. Because even though the capital was the most prosperous city in the Dechu state, it wasn't that big compared to the big cities in her memory. And the nobles couldn't go to the same place as the commoners. Basically, they could only go to a few places. So, unless it was someone like Yili who didn't go out much, or someone like Mu Rongting who often ran around, they would basically only go to a tea house where they knew each other. Mr. Li. Mu Rongting looked at Yili apologetically. She really didn't think that the newly married Prince Li would come to a tea house to drink tea alone in the middle of the day instead of accompanying his wife at home. It's all right, let's just stay here. Yili also knew that she couldn't blame Mu Rongting. Besides, she didn't have any intention of avoiding Mo Jingli. They were all in the same capital. They were all from noble families and were even relatives. Where could she avoid him? Indifferently nodding at Mo Jingli, Yili pulled Qin Zheng and Qin Yuling to a relatively quiet corner. Mu Rongting stuck out her tongue. She pulled Hua Tianxiang and hurriedly followed. Sai, do you think Prince Ding will come or not? Mu Rongting asked in a low voice. She didn't grow up in the capital, so she wasn't familiar with Prince Ding. Hua Tianxiang was full of confidence. She nodded and said, Don't worry, my grandfather said that Prince Ding is a pretty good person. Since he received the invitation, he will definitely come. Qin Yuling said in a low voice, Then let's leave early. Let's not disturb Mr. Li and Prince Ding's conversation. Mu Rongting giggled and said, It's still early. We came out early. Prince Ding definitely hasn't come out yet. It won't be too late for us to change places when he comes. Haha, did you see the expressions of those people downstairs just now? They became very strange when they saw us come in. I was afraid that their eyeballs would fall into their teacups. Hua Tianxiang snorted and said, Those people probably thought that Mr. Li was hiding at home crying. Of course they would be startled when they saw us suddenly appear. Qin Zheng covered her mouth and laughed. I've also never seen so many people stunned at the same time. This is the first time in my life that I've been the center of attention. Yili looked at her friends chattering about how they felt when they went out today. She could only shake her head in amusement. In fact, the rumors didn't seem to be as fierce as she had expected. Mo Xiaoyao and her uncle must have done something in secret. At the very least, most people looked at her with surprise or sympathy. It wasn't the disdain and contempt that she had thought would appear. It seemed that most people didn't believe that she had been kidnapped. Yi Li and the others sat in a relatively remote corner, chatting among themselves. Imo Jingli sat alone by the window, drinking tea like it was wine with a calm face. Because he was far away, he couldn't hear what they were talking about. However, he could still feel that they were in a good mood. It seemed that they weren't affected by the rumors at all. Imo Jingli couldn't help but gnash his teeth. It was clearly Yi Li who had gotten into trouble, but Yi Li herself acted as if nothing had happened. Instead, he had to take the blame. However, if he had to rush over and argue with Yi Li, even Imo Jingli felt that he couldn't bring himself to do it. Thus, he could only let the cold wind around him scare away the surrounding guests and continue to drink tea. Chapter 71. Aya, Lili, Prince Ding is here. Just as they were feeling depressed, they heard Murong Ting's loud voice not far behind them. Everyone on the second floor could hear it. Everyone looked up and saw Murong Ting excitedly lying on the windowsill and looking down. Qin Zheng helplessly pulled her down and turned to Yi Li with a smile. Li go down and pick up Prince. Hua Tianxiang covered her mouth and snickered. She waved her hand and teased, "It doesn't matter if he doesn't come back. We will go shopping after eating the snacks. Anyway, there is no extra seat for Prince Ding." Hearing this, the few remaining guests on the second floor began to regret choosing to sit closer to the inside because they were afraid of Prince Li's cold air. Now, they could only perk up their ears and try their best to listen to the girls at the table in the corner. Yi Li saw this and couldn't help but laugh. Gossiping was indeed an indispensable nature for people of the same era. Under the direct and obscure gazes of the crowd, Yi Li got up and walked downstairs. When she passed by Imo Jingli's table, she could clearly feel Imo Jingli's fierce glare. Yi Li was helpless. Some people were born to be at odds with each other and couldn't be forced. Seeing Third Miss Yi calmly go downstairs, the diners upstairs looked at Imo Jingli with more complicated eyes and expressions. Seeing Third Miss Yi so calmly appear in public and calmly go to Prince Ding's appointment, it really didn't seem like something had happened. On the other hand, Prince Li's face was gloomy and ferocious. It was clearly like he was angry that his conspiracy didn't succeed. People secretly exchanged glances and made silent discussions. Imo Jingli finally seemed to be unable to bear this strange atmosphere. He put the teacup back on the table heavily, stood up, and looked through the half-open window at the street downstairs. He turned around and went downstairs with a sullen face. The moment Yi Li came down from upstairs, the entire lobby instantly quieted down. When Yi Li walked out with a gentle smile on her face, everyone was about to open their mouths to discuss when they saw Imo Jingli's gloomy face. Then, there was another period of silence. But after seeing how the two of them acted, at least the people present were more inclined to sympathize with Yi Li. When Yi Li walked out of the tea house, the Prince Ding Mansion's carriage had just stopped. A Jin was about to lift the curtain to invite Imo Xiaoyao down. "Xiaoyao," Yi Li softly called out. When a Jin saw Yi Li, he respectfully stood to the side. Yi Li nimbly stepped onto the low stool and got into the carriage. Imo Xiaoyao looked at her and raised his eyebrows. "Why did you get down?" Yi Li sat down across from him and said with a smile, "Tianxiang and the others said that there was no place to sit because there were too many people, so they chased me out. It's all their fault. I originally wanted to go to the Prince Ding Mansion again tomorrow." Imo Xiaoyao smiled. "Their fault is very timely." "What do you mean?" Yi Li asked in confusion. Outside, a Jin had already started driving the carriage forward again. Yi Li thought for a moment, then poked her head out to give a name. She just happened to see Imo Jingli standing at the entrance of the tea house, his eyes gloomy as he looked at their carriage. Imo Xiaoyao said, "This morning, the entire capital was spreading the rumors that Jingli deliberately spread yesterday to embarrass you." Yi Li was stunned. She kind of understood why Imo Jingli's expression was so ugly. With Imo Jingli's personality, it would be strange if he felt comfortable being wronged. Thinking of Mu Rongting's confident guess, it wasn't just her imagination. "Is there something that Li wants to talk to me about?" Imo Xiaoyao looked at Yi Li's dazed face and asked. Yi Li came back to her senses and nodded her head. "This morning, Han Mingyue sent over 20,000 taels in gold notes, 10,000 taels in silver notes, and a pair of jade pendants. I originally wanted to bring it with me when I go to the Prince Ding Mansion tomorrow, but it's not good to bring it with me when I go out with Tianxiang and the others. Immerse Xiaoyao didn't care as he shook his head and said, "That's a gift from him. Just keep it." Yili was speechless. A few 100,000 taels in one go. Han Mingyue dared to give it to her, but she was too embarrassed to accept it. "I'll have someone send it to the Prince Ding mansion tomorrow. You can do as you see fit. I have enough money to spend." Immerse Xiaoyao sighed helplessly. "Li, Han Mingyue sent it to you, so it's yours. You can rest assured. You don't have to feel that you owe him any favors." Han Mingyue, that kind of person, would feel heartache if he spent an extra tael of silver. He was willing to send it over to you as an apology gift because he felt that it was worth it. "You don't have to promise him anything." Yili smiled and said, "I really don't have any plans to promise him anything." Yili secretly guessed that Han Mingyue must have done something to let Immerse Xiaoyao down. This time, he was involved in this kind of matter again. She didn't expect that Immerse Xiaoyao would let him off so easily. Han Mingyue probably felt guilty, but he couldn't find a way to make up for it. That's why he didn't care about the cost and tried to curry favor with her. It was a pity that Yili didn't plan on doing anything that would trigger the flower of friendship between former good friends. So Han Mingyue's money was probably wasted. "So you asked me out today for this matter?" Immerse Xiaoyao asked. Hearing Immerse Xiaoyao's low and pleasant voice, Yili, who was thinking about something, felt her heart jump. She said embarrassedly, "It's really nothing big. Sorry to disturb you." Seeing that Immerse Xiaoyao didn't seem to be interested in the things that Han Mingyue sent over, Yili couldn't help but be curious about how wealthy the Ding Palace was. "I'm usually very idle." Immerse Xiaoyao shook his head. "Since we're already out, can you accompany me to a place?" Yili nodded. "I'm not very familiar with the capital. You can make the decision." After getting Yili's permission, Immerse Xiaoyao instructed a Jin, who was driving the carriage. A Jin immediately turned the carriage in another direction. In the carriage, Yili asked curiously, "Fenghua Building? You're not planning on giving me any jewelry, right? I have a jewelry store that specializes in jewelry." Immerse Xiaoyao smiled at her. "Isn't it normal to give your fiancé jewelry? Can it be?" Yili kept her mouth shut. Could she say that he didn't care about visiting her treasure pavilion? Fertile water doesn't flow into 10,000 fields? Even if she hadn't been in a relationship before, she knew that these words would spoil the mood. But was Immerse Xiaoyao trying to curry favor with her? Yili felt a strange irritation in her heart. But looking at Immerse Xiaoyao's gentle and calm expression, she couldn't tell what he was thinking. Yili could only helplessly give up. Wasn't it a happy thing to have a man who wasn't hateful and was her future husband giving her jewelry to curry favor with her? Fenghua Building was a very famous jewelry store in the capital. Most of the jewelry they sold was jade. The reason why it was loved by the noble ladies of the capital wasn't just because of its high price and exquisite products. More importantly, the jewelry sold here was never the same. Every style was unique. This made the noble ladies who didn't like the same things as others particularly fond of this store. Yili had once considered going down the same high-end route in Hidden Treasure Pavilion, but unfortunately, Hidden Treasure Pavilion didn't have a very outstanding designer and sculptor. Yili herself only had a smattering of knowledge about the so-called jewelry design, so she could only helplessly give up. After entering Fenghua Building, the shopkeeper immediately came up to greet them. Even when he saw Immerse Xiaoyao in a wheelchair, he was only momentarily stunned. Then he revealed a polite smile and greeted them. "So it's Prince Ding and Yi San Xiaojia. Your presence at Fenghua Building brings light to our humble store. Prince Yi Xiaojia, please come in." Chapter 72. Ushering the two in, there was immediately a young girl with delicate features who served fragrant tea for the spring. Yili smiled slightly as she drank the tea. She examined the elegant and comfortable decorations in the room and couldn't help but sigh. This was truly the luxury of a distinguished guest. No wonder Fenghua Tower was the favorite place for the nobles in Jing to visit. Just because of this attentive service, they were afraid they wouldn't be able to earn the customers' money. Perhaps because of Immerse Xiaoyao's status, the shopkeeper personally stood in front of them to serve them. "Does Prince want to choose accessories for Yi San Xiaojia?" This seems to be Yi San Xiaojia's first time visiting this little shop. "What kind of accessories do you like?" Yili looked at Immerse Xiaoyao. Immerse Xiaoyao drank the tea and said in a light voice, First pick a few good ones and bring them over for me to see. The shopkeeper made a sound of acknowledgement and turned to personally pick up the items. Yili asked in confusion, "We're really here to buy accessories?" Imo Xiaoyao smiled and said, "Li, you're thinking too much. Since we're out here, what's wrong with buying a few pieces that you like?" Yili asked suspiciously, "Is my usual appearance embarrassing you?" Thinking about it, it wasn't impossible. Yili's jewelry wasn't little. It had all been left behind by Su Shi when she was alive. However, Yili didn't like being burdened, so her appearance, especially her hair accessories, was maintained at a level that wouldn't be disrespectful. She couldn't accept being dressed extravagantly. With the status of the Ding Wang Fu, if the future Wang Fei dressed too plainly, it was possible that she would feel embarrassed. Imo Xiaoyao helplessly shook his head. He looked seriously at Yili and said, "If you really have a head full of pearls, then I won't be able to stand it. In reality, I didn't know where to go, so I brought you here to see." Feng Zhiyao said that the jewelry here isn't bad. Yili looked suspiciously at him, trying to find a trace of discomfort on his face. However, a certain person was too calm. Even if he said such innocent words, he was still elegantly and calmly reading an ancient book in the study. Yili could only tell herself that she was overthinking things. Thinking about it, although a certain someone now looked like a gentle and refined gentleman, it was said that in the past, there were times when he was young and frivolous, when he rode a horse on a slanted bridge, and when he was full of women. Soon, the shopkeeper returned with 2 boxes. Placing it on the table, he carefully opened it and said, "It's rare for Prince and third young mistress Yi to visit this small shop. This set of jewelry is our boss's latest design and personally made. And I'm afraid this is the only one this year. What do you think, Miss Yi?" Hearing the shopkeeper speak so seriously, Yili also became a little curious. This was a set of top-grade sapphire jewelry. Sapphire wasn't the most valuable jade artifact, but the quality of this set of jewelry was something that Shandishuan and Yili had never seen in the pavilion of treasures that were better than this. More importantly, the simple yet elegant design was like an elegant magnolia flower quietly blooming in the moonlit night, making people feel a sense of tranquility and gentleness from the bottom of their hearts. There was no woman in this world that could escape the temptation of exquisite jewelry. Yili sighed in her heart. This set of jewelry consists of 2 magnolia hairpins, a bracelet, and this headpiece. The shopkeeper saw Yili's admiring gaze and immediately opened the other box to show the headpiece inside. The light green jade did not have any complicated patterns or gemstones inlaid. It was just an ornament made of beautiful orchids quietly lying in the silk brocade box, releasing a faint brilliance. "Do you like it?" Imo Xiaoyao looked at Yili and said with a smile, "It suits Miss Li very well. It really is very beautiful." Yili nodded. "Just this one. Come back to my residence to get the banknotes." Seeing that the two were very satisfied, the shopkeeper who had made a big deal was also very happy. "Yes, Missy, do you want to take it away, or do we have to send it over?" Imo Xiaoyao lightly said, "Just send it directly to the Yi residence." Greetings to the 2 princesses. Yili and Imo Xiaoyao were accompanied by the shopkeeper as they walked out of the inner room. They heard the waiter at the door respectfully greet them. The shopkeeper was stunned and quickly apologized to the 2 of them, then went forward to greet them. The person who had just come in also saw the 2 of them. The Zhaoyang eldest princess was stunned and involuntarily said, "Xiaoyao?" She quickly walked over and stopped a few steps away from Imo Xiaoyao. She softly said, "Xiaoyao, are you accompanying Miss Yi to buy things?" Imo Xiaoyao's eyes slightly moved. He nodded and said, "Yes, eldest princess. We haven't seen each other in many years." Zhaoyang princess' face had a trace of sadness as she nodded and said, "We really haven't seen each other in many years. You're now. Well, when you get married, if Missy has nothing to do, why don't you come to the princess residence and accompany this old woman?" Yili gently nodded and said with a faint smile, "Thanks to the eldest princess love. I'll definitely come and disturb you when the time comes." Zhaoyang princess lightly sighed. She pulled Yili and said with a smile, "Although this is only the 2nd time I've seen Miss Yi, your mother and I had some friendship when we were young. Miss Yi, see if there's anything else you like. Consider it a meeting gift from your elder." Yili was somewhat helpless. Just as she was about to refuse, Immerse Xiaoyao spoke first. Zhao Young Aunt, don't scare Yi Li. We still have some matters to attend to, so we'll leave first. Aren't you with Zhaoran Princess? Don't spoil the princess mood. The beautiful woman who had been ignored to the side was the Zhaoran princess that she had seen at Imo Jingli's wedding banquet a few days ago. Hearing Immerse Xiaoyao's words, she only gave a faint snort. Zhaoyang princess wrinkled her brows and could only sigh. It's fine. If Missy has any matters in the future, just send someone to my residence to tell me. Yi Li softly thanked her and accompanied Immerse Xiaoyao out of Fenghua building. Getting on the carriage, Yi Li could clearly feel that Immerse Xiaoyao's mood wasn't very calm. She didn't say much and casually picked up a book from the carriage to read. But thinking back to the Zhaoyang eldest princess's words and expression in the shop, she felt an inexplicable strangeness. She felt that the eldest princess's attitude was a bit similar to Han Mingyue's. It seemed like she wanted to get close to Immerse Xiaoyao, but for some unknown reason, she could only maintain a certain distance. There was a faint sense of guilt and a desire to make it up to him. And this kind of compensation was clearly not something that Immerse Xiaoyao was willing to accept, so they put it on her. For example, Han Mingyue's attitude towards the banknotes and the Zhaoyang princess's attitude. What did these two people do to wrong Immerse Xiaoyao? Sorry, Li in the carriage, Immerse Xiaoyao softly said with a faint trace of guilt in his eyes. Yi Li raised her brows in confusion. Immerse Xiaoyao helplessly smiled and said, I originally wanted to take you out to relax. Yi Li suddenly realized. This man was apologizing to her for being in a bad mood just now? But this kind of bad mood when meeting someone you didn't like was unavoidable. Or was it because she was acting like an unreasonable little girl that he felt that he needed to apologize? It's nothing, you're not in the mood today. Let's go back first. We'll come out another day when you're in a good mood. In reality, she wasn't in the mood to go shopping with a depressed man. She didn't know how to comfort people. If she had that free time, she might as well do something else. After yesterday's matter, she found that she still had a lot of things to do. Chapter 73. Immerse Xiaoyao was silent for a moment and then nodded. I'll send you back. Yi Li nodded and gave an order to a Jean who was driving the carriage outside. The carriage headed towards the minister's manor. Immerse Xiaoyao looked at Yi Li's calm and relaxed expression, and his expression softened a lot. He couldn't help but smile. Li doesn't seem to be worried at all. Yi Li shrugged and said, there was nothing to worry about in the first place. But I'm guessing that the matriarch at home is very worried. If the Ding King's manor broke off the engagement, the matriarch would probably want to send her to a nunnery to cultivate. Not only would this ruin the Yi family's reputation, it would also cause them to lose the large amount of betrothal gifts from the Prince Ding mansion. It would be enough for the matriarch and Wang Shi to feel distressed for a long time. Nothing will happen. At most in 1 or 2 days, this matter will be over. Yi Li nodded and didn't say anything else. If something really happened to her last night, what would happen? Yi Li didn't ask this question, and Immerse Xiaoyao also didn't mention it. They both had a tacit understanding. Perhaps even if something really happened, Immerse Xiaoyao would still cover it up and marry her. Perhaps he would kill Han Mingyue. Perhaps Yi Li would kill Han Mingyue herself, but she wouldn't marry him. Who was the mastermind behind the scenes? Immerse Xiaoyao didn't plan on telling her, and she also didn't plan on asking. They were prepared to spend the rest of their lives together, but they didn't plan on treating each other as their most important person. Just like how Yi Li would never think that Immerse Xiaoyao was more important than her family, in Immerse Xiaoyao's heart, there was someone more important than her. At the Yi Manor's entrance, Immerse Xiaoyao personally saw Yi Li walk in. Only then did he put down the curtain and say to a Jean, let's go back. A Jean silently looked at the slowly closing door and hesitated before asking in a low voice, Prince, why didn't you tell Miss Yi? A Jean, let's go back? Yes, Prince. Yi Li had just entered the door when Qing Xia and Qing Shuang, who had been waiting at the side, came up to report that their uncle had come and was waiting to see their young miss. Yi Li was puzzled. Is it eldest uncle or second uncle? He had just returned from the Su family this morning. Did something happen again? Qing Shuang said, the 2 granduncles are here. She's talking to the old lady in Rongla Hall. Yi Li helplessly looked at her clothes and said, forget it, let's just go over. When he entered the Rongla Hall, he saw his 2 uncles sitting and drinking tea. The old Madam, Minister Yi, and Madam Wang all sat on the side with a strange look on their faces. Seeing Yi Li enter, old Madam Yi let out a sigh of relief. She smiled at Yi Li and said, "Li, the two uncles specially came to visit you. Why did you run out? Why haven't you come over to greet them?" Yi Li obeyed and went forward to greet them. Su Hongyu waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Li just came back from the Su family today. There's no special visit." Su Hongyin also nodded with a sullen face and said, "That's right. Eldest brother, and I had something to tell Li yesterday, so we took her over. We didn't expect that she would cause so much trouble. It's our Su family that didn't think it through." Old Madam Yi and Minister Yi looked at each other awkwardly. Although Su Hongyin said that it was the Su family's fault, how could they not hear the blame for the Yi family? After the rumor spread, the Yi family did nothing. They even sent someone to the Su family to ask about it. How could the Su family not feel bitterly disappointed? But old Madam Yi looked at the slim and graceful young girl in front of her and still couldn't make up her mind. She really couldn't tell whether Yi Li really went to the Su family yesterday or was kidnapped by bandits like the rumor said. If something really happened to him, then Su Hongyin looked at old Madam Yi and Minister Yi and snorted in dissatisfaction. Su Hongyu, who was beside him, glanced at him and smiled at Yi Li. "Didn't you say that Li went out with Miss Hua and Miss Qin? When Uncle came over, I heard that the two young ladies from the Qin family and Hua family were dragged by General Murong's daughter to cause trouble for second young Master Long. Could it be that Li also went to cause trouble?" Yi Li didn't expect Murong Ting to cause such a ruckus. She quickly shook her head and said, "Li and Prince Ding went to Fenghua Building and met Zhaoyang eldest princess and Zhaoran eldest princess. Then they came back. It's Li's fault for making Uncle wait for so long." "Oh? Went to Fenghua Building with Prince Ding? It's okay. It's not a bad thing for young people to walk around." Su Hongyu was obviously very satisfied with Yi Li's answer. Su Hongyin also nodded and casually complained, "Your aunt often reminds Qingze to accompany Miss Qin to go out for a walk. That kid just has to be a blockhead. It's as if saying half a word more will make him suffer." Yi Li thought of Su Qingze's cold expression and couldn't help but smile. Zhang was obviously the most gentle and pleasant one among them, but she had a cold and serious fiancé. They had been in the capital for so long. It seemed that other than the time when second aunt sent a gift to the Qin family, the two hadn't officially met. Without looking at Minister Yi and old Madam Ye's changing expressions, Su Hongyu directly turned to Minister Yi and said, "I have something to tell Li alone." "I don't know." Minister Yi had always been afraid of this brother-in-law. He didn't dare to say no. He quickly said, "Then Li will take eldest brother and second brother to your courtyard to sit. Later, brother will prepare a banquet. Two brothers, please come." Su Hongyin got up and said indifferently, "Eldest brother has an appointment with old Su to play a few rounds tonight. There's no need for a banquet." Seeing Su Hongyu's indifferent expression, Minister Yi had to give up and let Yi Li invite the two uncles to talk in private. Old Madam Yi looked at her son's useless appearance and glared at him with dissatisfaction. Unfortunately, the current patriarch of the Su family had too much power and had to give up. Returning to Qing Yixian, Su Hongyin looked at the decorations inside and outside. He nodded with satisfaction and turned to go out, leaving the room for his eldest brother and niece to talk. Eldest uncle and second uncle came specially. "Do you have something important to tell Li?" Yi Li asked Su Hongyu to sit down and personally poured tea while asking. Su Hongyu looked at her and smiled. "It seems that Li's complexion is good. You're not affected by those rumors. Is that so?" Yi Li served tea and just sat down. She smiled helplessly and said, "Rumors are everywhere. We have to live. What's more, the situation now is much better than what we originally thought." Su Hongyu looked at her seriously and said, "Then, if the situation is worse than what you originally thought, what will you do? Being able to escape unscathed last night was indeed very lucky. But if something really happened, Li, have you thought about it?" Yi Li silently looked at the clear tea in front of her and nodded. "Li has made Uncle worry. But, no matter what happens, I still have to live. Li may not be afraid of death, but as long as there is hope, I will definitely live. At least, I won't die because of the rumors." Speaking to here, Yili couldn't help but bite the corner of her lips. Even in the Daichu state, where the customs were still open, a woman's chastity was still far more important than life. She didn't know if her eldest uncle could accept her words, but these were her heartfelt words. Yili definitely wouldn't give up her life for a mistake that didn't belong to her. Chapter 74. Very good. This is the daughter of my Su family. After a long time, Su Hongyu put down his teacup and said calmly. Yili was startled and quickly raised her head to look at eldest uncle. Su Hongyu looked at Yili with a trace of sadness in his eyes. Although the men of the Su family have always been scholarly, they have always been strong enough. No amount of suffering is enough to make us give up what belongs to us. However, the daughters of the Su family are indeed intelligent, but they are also more fragile than normal women. Just like your mother, if Xiaomei had been as strong as you, how could she have ended up like this? Eldest uncle. Every time her mother was mentioned, eldest uncle would be very sad. Yili thought of her weak and beautiful mother in her memories and couldn't help but sigh. When her mother was young, she had been protected too well by the Su family, so she couldn't accept the reality of marriage. She could only slowly wither away in the Yi family's courtyard. Su Hongyu waved his hand. Prince Ding is a very outstanding man. Even now, I still think so. However, no matter how you look at it, he is not a good choice for a husband. Lear, do you know why the Su family didn't object to this marriage? Yili looked at eldest uncle's gentle but slightly dignified gaze. She hesitated and said, the emperor's order is difficult? That can be considered one reason, Su Hongyu said. But if the Su family really isn't willing, it's not like there's no solution. Your maternal grandfather still has some face. If your maternal grandfather personally goes to the capital to ask the emperor to retract the order, the emperor won't refuse. Yili was shocked and quickly said, absolutely not. Maternal grandfather is already old and has finally left the turmoil of the capital. How could he get involved in it for Lear? Not to mention other things, her maternal grandfather was already over 70 years old this year. Yili couldn't accept having the old man travel all the way to the capital. A trace of relief flashed across Su Hongyu's face. He reached out to pat Yili and said, your maternal grandfather knows that Lear is a filial child. Yili lowered her head and thought for a while. She frowned in confusion and said, Lear really can't think of it. Uncle, please enlighten me. Su Hongyu sighed and said, because of your identity, if your surname is Su, the Su family can legitimately refuse the emperor's betrothal for you. She could even marry into an ordinary scholarly family in Bingzhou. The Su family didn't need more glory and wealth. However, your surname is Yi. Other than the imperial family, there is also the Yi family that can decide your marriage. Moreover, you were previously married to the late emperor. Although His Majesty annulled the engagement between you and Prince Li, he betrothed Yi Ying to Prince Li. Yi Ying is said to be the daughter of the first wife of the Yi family, but in fact, she is just the daughter of a concubine. The emperor wants to put your father in an important position and dotes on Yi Jiaoyi. If you want to satisfy the world's elites, then you can't marry worse than Yi Ying. In other words, if you don't marry Prince Ding, then you will still be betrothed to other princes, or even enter the palace as a concubine. There is no need to consider entering the palace. Uncle and your grandfather have considered all the unmarried princes and can only choose Prince Ding. Yili nodded in agreement with her uncle's words. Actually, Prince Ding is much better than Li originally expected. Although now I realize, it might be more troublesome than originally thought. But it's not impossible to accept, right? Uncle also said that Prince Ding is an excellent man. Su Hongyu looked at Yili strangely and said, Lear, what did you think Prince Ding was like? Yili smiled with some embarrassment and said, isn't there a rumor outside that Prince Ding is disabled and disfigured? Is he seriously ill? Anyone could imagine what such a tragic person would look like. So the current Imo Xiaoyao was already unexpectedly good. Su Hongyu obviously could imagine it too. She glared at her unhappily and said, if that's really the case, then you might as well think of a way to poison him. Even if you can't marry for the rest of your life, it's still better than marrying a cripple. Yili didn't care if she would marry a cripple or not. In any case, with the family background of the Prince Ding mansion, it was impossible for her to personally serve Imo Xiaoyao. She would just treat it as spending the rest of her life with him. He wasn't that crippled now, but there were more troubles than expected. Yili could already foresee that her life after marriage would not be as good as she imagined it to be if her uncle was worried and personally came to tell her these things. Only when your brother mentioned it last night did I notice that the Yi family is simply a bunch of bastards these years. And you, after staying in the capital for so many years, you don't even know the slightest bit about the people in the capital. Su Hongyu glanced at Yi Li unhappily. Yi Li hurriedly lowered her head to reflect on her mistake. It wasn't just her father who was afraid of her uncle. She was afraid of him too. In reality, other than her brother, she had never seen anyone who wasn't afraid of her uncle. Perhaps Imo Xiaoyao could be counted as one. Her uncle's scolding was right. These years, she hadn't stepped out of the house. It was true that she had deliberately separated herself from her surroundings. Of course, Madame Wang had played a part in this, but the main responsibility still lay with her. Even though she had long accepted her current life, Yili still felt that her previous life was real in the depths of her heart. Her current life was more like a game or a dream. Of course, last night's risk made her feel a bit more real. How much do you know about the things that Hongyin gave you before? Su Hongyu asked directly. Yili knew that her uncle was only referring to the information that her second uncle had given her regarding the relationships and important people in the capital. She hurriedly said, I memorized it all. Su Hongyu shook his head. There's no point in memorizing that kind of thing. You have to understand the relationships within. You know everyone in the Duhua household. You've also met noble consort Lu in the palace. Can you tell me what you think of the relationship between the current empress and noble consort Lu, the Duhua household, and the Lu household? Yili was astonished. Wasn't this going too far? However, she still seriously considered Su Hongyu's words. After a long time, she said, Lear has never met the empress. However, I am quite familiar with the people in the Hua household. I have also met Princess Changel once. The empress is the current first wife. Although she is not favored, she should be a magnanimous and virtuous woman. As for noble consort Lu, she is somewhat arrogant and has a cold temperament. However, the emperor dotes on her very much and has 2 sons and 1 daughter. Therefore, the relationship between these two shouldn't be very harmonious. However, I haven't heard of any disagreements between the Hua and Lu families. Prime Minister Lu and Minister Yi disliked each other in court. At present, they could be considered evenly matched. However, the situation in the palace clearly showed that noble consort Lu was superior. Su Hongyu nodded, reminding her, that's correct. However, people's hearts are fickle. In particular, the hearts of those in the palace are even more difficult to fathom. In this aspect, you still need to put in more effort. It seems that Hongyu has only given you the current information. He probably thinks that you know everything from the early years. Yili was somewhat ashamed. A few years ago, especially when Imo Xiaoyao's accident happened to be when her memories were in chaos and her body was weak, after she recovered, she rarely paid attention to the outside world. She truly did not know about those old matters. Second uncle probably did not expect that she would not even know about those matters that caused such a stir. How much does Lear know about the Ding household? Yili understood that her eldest uncle had specially come over to teach her the basics. The first master of the Ding household was Imo Lanyun, the younger brother of the founding emperor of the Dechu state, Imo Chengtian. At the founding of the state, the founding emperor conferred upon him the title of Prince Ding, a hereditary prince. It was passed down for 3 generations. During the reign of the late emperor, the powerful officials bullied the young Prince Ding. At that time, Imo Lufeng returned to the capital from the border and killed the powerful officials to support the young prince. He was then conferred the title of regent prince. When the late emperor was 16 years old, Imo Lufeng returned to the throne. When the late emperor was 29 years old, Imo Lufeng passed away due to illness. His eldest son, Imo Xiuan, inherited the title. The following year, the late emperor passed away. In the current 3rd year, Imo Xiuan was ordered to go to war. During the journey, he passed away due to illness and had no children. At the age of 18, Imo Xiaoyao inherited the title and led the troops to war. He was ambushed and lost his soldiers. He almost died on the battlefield. Although he managed to turn defeat into victory, he also paid a heavy price. 3 months later, Immerse Xiaoyao's fiancé passed away due to illness. From then on, the Ding household could be said to have completely disappeared from the capital. Chapter 75. Is there anything else? Yili frowned and continued, every generation of the Ding king's residents produced talented people, and they were well-versed in both political and military affairs. Instead, the imperial family who came from the same bloodline paled in comparison. The most outstanding one was the first Prince Ding, Imo Yun. It was said that if he didn't marry a princess from the previous dynasty as his wife, he might have a higher chance of ascending the throne than the great ancestor. Then there was Imo Lufeng, who was able to rule the country through martial arts. As for Immerse Xiaoyao, he was once hailed as a genius who wasn't inferior to his ancestor. If it wasn't for the fact that he was only 13 years old when Imo Lufeng passed away, the throne might have been inherited by him from the start. The room was silent. Yili silently picked up the teapot and poured some tea for Su Hongyu. Only then did she hear Su Hongyu ask, "That's right." In a short 5 to 6 years, the Ding king's residence was ruined. What was supposed to be a peerless general fell to the mortal world. The legend of the Ding king's residence being invincible was also shattered. Do you know that at that time, the judgment that Immerse Xiaoyao was a genius who wasn't inferior to his ancestor was made by your maternal grandfather. Because of this, your maternal grandfather had regretted it for more than 10 years. Uncle, what do you mean? Yili was startled. Politics had never been severed since ancient times. Even now, with the decline of the Ding king's residence, various private speculations had never stopped. But hearing it from her maternal uncle's mouth, Yili couldn't help but be shocked. Under the shock, Yili quickly calmed down and said, "I heard that Prince Ding was indeed brilliant when he was young." Then even if maternal grandfather didn't say those words, the people of the Ding king's residence would still be targeted. Maternal grandfather only admired his talent and wasn't able to foresee the future. This matter, maternal grandfather doesn't need to blame himself. Su Hongyu nodded and praised. Is already very knowledgeable at such a young age. Uncle is telling you this in hopes that you will understand the situation of the Ding king's residence. Although in the eyes of outsiders, the Ding king's residence has already declined to the point that it only has a false reputation left. But, Yili looked at him and continued, but the Ding king's residence still has a trump card that the imperial family doesn't dare to touch him? Not bad. If not for this, Immerse Xiaoyao would have died of illness long ago. The reason why no one dared to touch him was because they were afraid of harming him. The deaths of the previous 2 generations of Prince Ding have already raised suspicions. If something were to happen to Immerse Xiaoyao, I'm afraid it would shake the foundation of the country. Yili sighed softly. She felt so cold that she gripped the teacup to absorb the warmth. Did His Majesty choose Lear because he was also afraid of the Su family? Isn't he afraid that after the marriage between the Su family and the Ding family? Su Hongyu's gaze was cold. The ancestors of the Su family will never betray us as long as the royal family doesn't do anything to the Su family. There are people who believe such words? Yili was puzzled. Even a signed treaty could be torn to shreds at any time, let alone an oath. Su Hongyu glared at her in displeasure. This was written into the Su family's family rules. The Su family has been passed down for hundreds of years and is known for its integrity. Yili shrunk her neck and silently asked curiously, "Uncle, did the Su family make any oaths to the previous emperor?" Cough, cough. Su Hongyu coughed a few times and glared at Yili in annoyance. Yili could only shrug her shoulders and hold her chin in silence. That's why, as a famous family that had not fallen for hundreds of years, how could they be so pedantic? It's not that we won't betray. It's just that the reward for betrayal isn't high enough. In the end, he glared at Yili. Su Hongyu sternly said, "In short, unless it is absolutely necessary, the Su family will not betray the royal family." The Su family did not lack fame or wealth, and they were not obsessed with power. The throne? What was the use of that? A wise ruler had to be prepared to exhaust himself to death. If they wanted to enjoy messing around, they had to be prepared to go down in history and infamy. Lear understands. Eldest uncle, Who do you think wants to ruin my marriage with Prince Ding? If it's not the emperor? Yili asked. Su Hongyu shook his head. That's hard to say. Qingchen only said that it was a woman. But we filtered through almost all the women related to Prince Ding and still couldn't find out who it was. Prince Ding himself should know. Did he say anything? At the mention of this, a trace of displeasure flitted across Su Hongyu's elegant face. Seeing Yili shake her head, he snorted softly and said, he should know what he's doing. If something else happens that shouldn't happen, he's better off not being her husband. The Su family can afford to raise their granddaughter. Lier thinks that it might be a woman who admires Prince Ding. Yili didn't feel embarrassed in front of Su Hongyu, so she directly voiced her suspicions. Su Hongyu looked at her with a smile and said, a woman who admires Prince Ding? If you're talking about Prince Ding when he was young. At that time, at least half of the noble ladies in the capital adored him. But there wasn't a single one who had the ability to bribe the heavenly pavilion. Although Han Mingyue loves money as much as his life, he was also Prince Ding's best friend when he was young. He wouldn't provoke Prince Ding's fiancée for money. Then, what about the woman who admires Imo Xiaoyao and has a good relationship with Han Mingyue? Su Hongyu raised his eyebrows. There's one, but it can't be her. Yili blinked. Su Hongyu calmly put down his teacup and said, Noble consort Lu. This time, it was Yi Li's turn to cough. Lu. Noble consort Lu? What's so strange about that? Noble consort Lu was known as the most talented woman in the capital. Even your eldest brother had never looked him in the eye. Instead, he spoke gently to Prince Ding at that time. Unfortunately, Prince Ding already had someone else at that time. Otherwise, they would have been a rare couple. Also, Noble consort Lu was good at painting. Han Mingyue's painting skills were also known in the capital when he was young. The second volume of his painting of the Chu capital was of Noble consort Lu. It's still priceless even now. However, after Noble consort Lu entered the palace, this painting was bought at a high price. For some reason, Su Hongyu gave up on these heavy topics and began to gossip with Yili. Yili thought of the woman with cold eyes like pear blossoms in the palace. She was indeed worthy of being called a national beauty. Uncle, why did you say it wasn't her? Your eldest brother knew Noble consort Lu. Although he didn't see her face and it's been so many years, your eldest brother is sure it wasn't Noble consort Lu. Also, what kind of place do you think the palace is? A noble consort can casually walk around outside the palace with a group of people in the middle of the night. Yili nodded. She didn't really think it was Noble consort Lu. Although she noticed that Noble consort Lu despised her in the palace, she still deliberately picked on her. However, that woman's eyes didn't have any strong hostility or killing intent. Who was Imo Xiaoyao's original fiancé? Yili asked. She was really curious. What kind of woman could defeat Noble consort Lu and win Imo Xiaoyao's heart? Also, it was reasonable to say that someone who could become Imo Xiaoyao's fiancé must be from a famous family. However, Yili searched her memory for a long time and couldn't find any famous noble family that had a beautiful daughter who died an unfortunate death 7 years ago. Su Hongyu glanced at her in disappointment and said, Suzaidy. Yili nodded. Sounds like a very beautiful woman. Su Hongyu looked at his niece expressionlessly. Once again, he regretted that he didn't insist on bringing Li back to the Su family to be educated. Look at how she was raised by the Yi family now. He was talking about her future husband's ex-fiancée. Even if she was dead, she should at least show some interest, right? Only then did the world-renowned Sir Su realize that when his niece mentioned Prince Ding or Prince Li, she had never shown the slightest bit of shyness that a girl should have. She had never even blushed. Chapter 76. Which family is this Miss Su from? There didn't seem to be any Su family in the capital. Why do you think Old Master Su came to the Prince Ding mansion to deliver the betrothal gifts? Old Master Su? Suzaidy is Old Master Su's granddaughter, Su Hongyu said lightly. Then why did Old Master Su come? He came to see what kind of woman Prince Ding, who was supposed to be his grandson-in-law, married. Also, Suzaidy's death was a great blow to Prince Ding, who was already seriously ill. Old Master Su treated Prince Ding like his own grandson. so he came to support the Prince Ding mansion. Looking at her uncle's unhappy face, Yili smiled helplessly and said, "Uncle, I know what you mean. Prince Ding and I get along very well, so you don't have to worry." Su Hongyu looked at her disapprovingly and said, "What do you mean by very well? If you're the first one he gives up when he has to make a choice, then how can that be called very well?" Yili smiled lightly, "But if I have to choose between uncle, grandfather, cousin, and Prince Ding, I won't choose him. How long have we known each other? Family is naturally more important. You are husband and wife. In the future, you will live with him for the rest of your life, not with uncle and grandfather. Uncle, do you think Prince Ding is the kind of man who will give up everything as long as he cares about you?" "Yes, as long as you can capture his heart." After a long talk, Su Hongyu left a lot of official, secret, and unofficial records for Yili to read when she had time. Then, he left with Su Hongyin under Minister Ye's uneasiness. Yili looked at her father's complicated eyes and slightly bowed to him. Then, she leisurely returned to her own Qingyi pavilion to study the history books. Yili and Imo Xiaoyao's wedding was set for May 20th. It was said to be the best day in May. It was said that Yi Shangshu was not very satisfied with this date. After all, it was not a particularly auspicious day. Yi Ying's marriage situation had already made Yi Shangshu very angry. If Yi Li's marriage had any problems, Yi Shan and Yi Lin would not be able to get married. However, the Ding Palace and the Su family, including Yi Li herself, did not have any opinion on the auspicious date. Moreover, if they did not choose this date, then the wedding date would have to be pushed back to August at the very least. June and July were even less suitable for weddings. When Yi Li was kidnapped, no matter if it was the Ding Palace or the Su family, they would never allow the wedding to be postponed. Therefore, Minister Ye's dissatisfaction was naturally ignored. In the middle of May, Yi Li's leisurely life came to an end. The originally quiet Qing Yixian also became bustling with people coming and going. Every day, there were countless things that had to be sent to Qing Yixian. There were countless account books and lists that had to be personally reviewed by Yi Li. Even with the help of the two mamas, Yi Li was still very tired. When the people in the capital saw that the Yi family, Su family, and the Ding Palace were not affected by the rumors and were preparing for the wedding, the half-believing rumors gradually subsided. "I'm so envious of Li Er. The Ding Palace's wedding will definitely be the grandest wedding in the past 10 years. In Qing Yixian, Mu Rongting laid on the soft couch without any care for her image as she hugged the first-grade expensive silk that had just been sent over. Yi Li, Qin Zheng, and Hua Tianxiang were sorting out the account books. Not far away, Yi Shan and Yi Lin were also quietly doing needlework. Outside the door, there was still the noise of people coming and going. Hua Tianxiang raised her head to look at her in the gap between looking at the account books and said, "Li Er didn't invite you to be envious and jealous. If you have the time to talk nonsense, why don't you come over and see if there's anything you can help with?" "But you're right." Qin Zheng was writing and drawing on the account books as she asked, "Does Wang Foreign really not intend to help you with the wedding at all? If this spreads out, it won't be good for her reputation." Yi Li smiled faintly. Old Madam also added a lot of dowry. She's not feeling well these 2 days. She said that fourth sister is sick in the Li Palace and has to go over to take care of her. She left early in the morning. Mu Rongting snorted at this. Who has heard of a mother running over to take care of her daughter who has just been married for less than a month? But could Ying really be sick? I actually didn't see her coming back to show off these days. Hua Tianxiang raised her eyebrows and smiled. Then she has to have the ability to show off. If Li Wang treats her well, maybe she can come back to show off her newlywed bliss or something. But now I heard that Princess Shixia is still pestering Li Wang every day. It's already good that she hasn't become a resentful woman. Qin Zheng shook her head. She was not interested in these rumors. Instead, she was more concerned about Yi Li's marriage itself. I really don't know what Wang Foreign is thinking. Everyone knows how many betrothal gifts the Ding Palace has sent. Even if the Yi family adds more, it won't be a loss to her. Isn't she losing face for the Yi family? Hua Tianxiang said, "It's not like you don't know what Wang Foreign's background is. Even if she is now Yi Daren's legal wife, her status is not enough to preside over Li Er's marriage. At that time, I'm afraid, old madam, you will have to appear personally. By the way, there is no woman in the Ding Palace who can make the decision. Li, did Prince Ding mention who can make the decision in the Ding Palace? Yili nodded and said, originally, Zhaoyang Grand Princess had this intention. However, although Prince Ding calls Zhaoyang Princess as aunt, it is said that they are of the same generation in terms of seniority. So Zhaoyang Grand Princess means to invite Shifu Grand Princess. Wow! Murong Ting cried out in surprise, almost jumping up from the soft couch. Seeing that everyone is looking at her, Murong Ting chuckles and says, Great Elder Princess Shifu. She's the late Emperor's aunt. Even Prince Ding of the previous generation has to respectfully call her imperial sister. I heard that Shifu Grand Princess is 75 years old this year. Qin Jing nodded and said, in fact, if it weren't for Li Er's marriage this time, I would have forgotten that this princess is still alive. I heard that this princess has stopped caring about the affairs of the world more than 20 years ago. I didn't expect that she could come out to support Prince Ding's wedding this time. Hua Tianxiang waved her hand and said with a smile, It's nothing strange. My grandfather said that Great Elder Princess used to like Prince Ding the most. When Prince Ding was born, Great Elder Princess even held him. It was said that when Prince Ding had an accident and almost died, it was Great Elder Princess who took care of him day and night. In short, Prince Ding will invite Great Elder Princess to preside over the wedding, which shows his sincerity to Li, Murong Ting said with a smile. So I said that Li Er's wedding is probably the grandest wedding in the last 10 years. I heard that the dignitaries of other countries will also come to the wedding. Yili frowned and said, What does the wedding of Prince Ding Mansion have to do with the dignitaries of other countries? Li, don't underestimate the prestige of King Ding Mansion. King Ding Mansion has been established for 100 years, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is powerful. Basically, all the countries close to Dechu State have dealt with King Ding Mansion. Yili nodded and said, I understand. They are here to see a joke. The only descendant of the prestigious King Ding Mansion, the current Prince Ding, was a disfigured disabled person in a wheelchair. What else could make the dignitaries of various countries happier than this? Perhaps the royal families of various countries were more interested in this wedding than the change of the Emperor of Dechu State. Everyone was silent for a moment and couldn't help but sigh. Yes, those envoys of various countries definitely didn't come to congratulate Prince Ding on his wedding, but to see how the only descendant of King Ding Mansion, who had been silent for 7 years, looked like and whether he could still pose a threat to them. Chapter 77. Li Er, Yili waved her hand carelessly and said, It's not a big deal. What can they do to me in the capital of Dechu State? If you have the time to worry about this, why don't you help me organize these things? Tomorrow, second aunt will look through them. Yili had a headache as she looked at the messy gift lists and account books in front of her. Only now did she know that Arabic numerals and double-entry bookkeeping were really good things. But now was not the time to be in the limelight. She would have plenty of time to slowly organize them when she arrived at the Ding King's residence. Hua Tianxiang and Qin Zhang looked speechlessly at the account books that still had more than half of them in front of them and weakly lowered their heads. When they returned home, they must learn from their mother how to manage the household. There were too many of these things. Yi Lin and Yi Shan listened to them chatting on the side. They were both envious and sympathetic towards Yili, but they also knew that they could not get a word in on this. They could only listen and lower their heads to do the work in their hands. Murong Ting, who was originally lying weakly on the soft couch, suddenly jumped up and rushed to the half-open window. She leaned out and looked around for a long time before retracting her head in confusion. Hua Tianxiang looked at her and said, What's wrong? Is there something outside the window? Murong Ting shook her head and looked at Yili without saying anything. Yili smiled faintly and said, I think I just saw a green bird fly by outside the window. Did Murong Ting also see it? Murong Ting blinked and said with annoyance, Yes, I saw a very beautiful bird. Who would have thought that when I reached the window, I would disappear? Qin Zhang giggled and covered her mouth. Birds fly so fast, how could they wait for you? Hua Tianxiang gave her a sideways glance. When did you start liking birds? If you really like it, ask your father to catch one for you. Otherwise, just buy a beautiful one. You don't need to be so surprised. I'm happy. Murong Ting raised her small face and proudly laid back on the soft couch. She also glared at Yili without a trace. Yili pursed her lips and smiled. Of course, she knew what Morongting had heard. In the past few days, there had been a few strange people who wanted to visit the Yi residence without going through the main entrance, but they were all thrown out by the bodyguards that Imo Xiaoyao had sent to protect them in secret. However, it was rare for someone to barge in during the day. Miss, the Crown Prince of West Hill Genom of Gojoseon has sent a gift to congratulate you and Prince Ding on your wedding. Outside the door, the butler of the Yi residence came to report in person. Yili frowned and said, "The Crown Prince of West Hill Genom of Gojoseon? Shouldn't the gifts be sent directly to King Ding's residence?" The steward said respectfully, "Crown Prince Genom of Gojoseon said that this gift was specially prepared by Shieling for the future princess consort of Dinghua. Therefore, it must be sent directly to Miss to show the sincerity of Shieling Kingdom." "Where is Crown Prince Genom of Gojoseon now? Is father here?" Yili asked. "In the hall. Master has just returned and is accompanying him in the hall," the steward said. Yili nodded. "I know. Please wait for father and Crown Prince Genom of Gojoseon. I will go out later." The steward excused himself. Morongting pulled Yili worriedly and said, "Yili, be careful when you go out. This Crown Prince Genom of Gojoseon might not come with good intentions." Yili raised her eyebrows. The noble ladies in the capital did not know much about this. Morongting had followed General Morong for a long time when she was young, so she should know more than them. Qing Luan and others served Yili to change her clothes and redo her makeup. Morongting stood aside and said what she knew. The Crown Prince Genom of Gojoseon of West Hill is the younger brother of the current West Hill Emperor. He is also a famous general of West Hill. But 20 years ago, he was defeated by Prince Ding's father, the regent Imo Lufeng. At that time, my father was only a small lieutenant. I heard from my father that Genom of Gojoseon was defeated miserably in the battle. He even lost an arm in the chaos. After that, Genom of Gojoseon sent people to assassinate the regent many times, but they all failed at the last minute. You know, the regent has died long ago. If Genom of Gojoseon holds a grudge, then this grudge could only be held on her and Imo Xiaoyao as Imo Liufeng's son and daughter-in-law. So, Crown Prince Genom of Gojoseon is here to find trouble? Qin Zheng's pretty face turned pale. She looked at Yili uneasily and said, "Should we send someone to inform Prince Ding?" Yili shook her head and said, "No need. Prince Ding should know very soon. Moreover, Crown Prince Genom of Gojoseon would not come to make things difficult for a girl in the boudoir. That would be too embarrassing for Shieling State and Genom of Gojoseon. Even if he wanted to find trouble, he should be targeting Imo Xiaoyao. They were not married yet." Looking in the mirror, Yili saw that she had tidied up properly. She stood up and said, "I'll go take a look first. You guys wait for me here." Morongting rushed to stand beside Yili and said firmly, "I'll go with you. Tianxiang and Zhang Er stay." Yili did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Morong, I'm not going to war." Morongting insisted, "I don't care. Even if I secretly follow you, it's fine. If that Crown Prince Jinnan has any ulterior motives, I can save you." Plotting against the future Princess Ding in public in Dechu State? Only Morongting could think of such a thing. Hua Tianxiang waved her hand and said, "Forget it. Li Er, take Morong with you. She just loves to watch the fun." Morongting did not care what they thought. She happily hugged Yi Li's arm and said, "Let's go. Let's go. Father." After entering the hall, Yili realized that the steward's report was too careless. She thought that only her father and the guests would be present. She did not expect that Imo Jingli and Yi Ying would also be sitting with them. Morongting threw her a look that said, "Why is he everywhere?" Yili helplessly smiled at her and went forward to greet Minister Yi. In front of outsiders, Minister Yi was very willing to play the role of a good father who doted on his daughter. He affectionately smiled at Yili and said, "Li Er has come. Is Miss Morong also here?" Morongting curled her lips and said with a smile, "This junior has come uninvited. Please forgive me, uncle." Minister Yi smiled and said, "Not at all. This official is deeply gratified that Li Er has such a good friend as Miss Morong." "Li Er, Miss Morong, this is Crown Prince Jinnan of Shieling State, Jinan of Gojoseon." Only then did the two of them turn their gazes to the young man sitting to the side. Shilin State was located in the northwest of Dechu State. Its customs were very different from Dechu State's. However, there was one interesting point. Shilin State called itself Daling, while Dechu State was called Dongchu. Dechu State, on the other hand, called itself Dechu State in Shilin. Just from the way they addressed each other, it could be seen that the relationship between the two countries was not harmonious. Crown Prince Zhennan of Jinan of Gojoseon was tall and straight. His facial features were deep and angular, as if they were carved by a knife. Yili could clearly see that his eyes were faintly dark purple. It was said that the Emperor of Shilin had brown eyes. This crown prince's appearance clearly showed that he was not a pure Shilin bloodline. Greetings, Crown Prince. Even the carefree Morongting still showed the proper etiquette in front of a foreign envoy. Crown Prince Zhennan of Jinan of Gojoseon sized up the two of them without any scruples. He quickly gave up on Morongting and completely turned his gaze to Yili. After a while, he said, "The king's consort has been appointed. Miss Morong, there is no need to be so polite. This one is Lei Tingfeng." Lei was the surname of Shilin. It was good that there was no language barrier. Minister Yi looked at the imposing Crown Prince Zhennan of Jinan of Gojoseon in front of him, then looked at Yili. He coughed lightly and said, Crown Prince Zhennan of Gojoseon specially came to give you a congratulatory gift." Chapter 78. Yili nodded and said, "Many thanks to the heir. I've troubled the heir to make this trip. I hope that the Dechu State can make the heir feel at home." Lei Tingfeng laughed loudly and said, "Of course, this little prince has admired the scenery of the Dechu State for a long time. I will definitely take a good look around. Come, bring out the gift this heir has prepared for the princess consort of Ding." Lightly clapping his hands, two men who looked like guards walked in. One of them was holding a long and narrow carved wooden box. Looking at the length and size of the box, Yili had a bad feeling. This gift probably wasn't a normal gift. Lei Tingfeng made a hand gesture, and the other man accepted the order and opened the wooden box. A burst of biting cold air greeted them. Minister Ye's face sank. He stood up and said in a deep voice, "Heir, what do you mean by this?" Lei Tingfeng raised his eyebrows and said in confusion, "This is the gift this little prince's father and uncle personally chose for the princess consort. Is there something wrong with it?" Minister Yi said, "My daughter's wedding is imminent. What do you mean by giving her a sword?" A sword was a lethal weapon. It was inauspicious. Inside the intricately carved wooden box was a long sword with an ancient appearance. Even though it was still in the scabbard, one could still feel the cold light and killing intent. This was clearly a peerless treasure sword that had been tempered by a sea of blood. "This is a gift that my country and my father specially found to show our sincerity. Or, does everyone here really not know the origin of this sword?" Lei Tingfeng carelessly crossed his arms and looked at the people in front of him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Hearing the contempt in his tone, Imo Jingli's brows wrinkled. He stood up and looked at the sword in the box. Mu Rongting's heart moved. She looked at Yili with some hesitation. "This is cloud grasping." After a long time, Imo Jingli said in a deep voice. Lei Tingfeng praised, "Li King has good eyes." "That's right. This is the cloud grasping sword." Everyone was moved. This was not an ancient sword, but its reputation was definitely not inferior to any of the legendary swords. This sword had the same name as the first prince, Imo Lanyun. It was the weapon that Imo Lanyun used to conquer the world. It was also the sword of Prince Ding for generations to come. This sword had followed successive princes of the kingdom, establishing Prince to gallop through the battlefields unrivaled. No one knew how many people's blood it had drunk. Until 7 years ago, when the previous Prince Ding, Imo Xiuwen, died of an illness at the border, this sword also disappeared without a trace. Countless people searched for it openly and secretly, but they could not find a trace of it. This gift was indeed of sufficient weight and sincerity. Lei Tingfeng clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Ever since I found out that the cloud-embracing sword was missing, I don't know how much effort Father put into sending people everywhere to search for it. His hard work finally paid off. He found this sword in North D 1 year ago. Just in time for Prince Ding's wedding, I'll return it to you. What do you think of Princess Ding?" Minister Ye's face was a little dignified. He stood up and said to Lei Tengfeng, I really have to thank you for such a generous gift. It was not an exaggeration to say that the cloud-embracing sword was the national treasure of Dechu State. Minister Yi did not even dare to refuse Lei Tengfeng's gift. Minister Yi could not help but secretly regret that he did not refuse the visit of Prince Ding of Jinnam of Gojoseon. Lei Tengfeng nodded with satisfaction. He raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, To tell you the truth, when I obtained such a treasure, I also wanted to take it for myself. However, this cloud-embracing sword seemed to have a spirit. I spent countless efforts and still could not pull it out. In the end, although I found a first-class swordsmith to pull out the sword, it was a pity that the sword did not listen to me at all. Even the number 1 swordsman of West Hill could not control it. I thought that this cloud-embracing sword might only belong to the king's mansion. Therefore, I wanted to invite Princess Ding to test the sword. Minister Yi said unhappily, My daughter does not know swordsmanship. Besides, if Prince Ding wants to test the sword, you should find Prince Ding. Lei Tengfeng looked at Yi Li and said with a smile, Is Princess Ding not a member of the king's mansion? It is said that 100 years ago, the first Princess Ding had killed 16 enemies with this sword and saved Prince Ding's life. Since then, it has been passed down as a much-told story. It can be seen that this sword does not need the bloodline of the king's mansion. It can be matched with Prince Ding's partner. What do you think, Princess Ding? Before Yi Li opened her mouth, Imo Jingli snorted and said, Infanta Qing Yun is a peerless woman with both pen and sword. It is not surprising that she can use the cloud-embracing sword. Prince Jinnam of Gojoseon wants Yi Li to use the cloud-embracing sword. Are you deliberately making things difficult for my Dechu state? Who doesn't know that Yi Li can't even perform a complete set of swordsmanship? Lei Tengfeng smiled. This prince believes in the judgment of the Ding King's household. Throughout the history of the Ding King's concubines, not a single one of them was not a stunning woman. Imo Jingli mocked. This generation is an exception. Morong Ting said unjustly, Prince Jinnan, you want a woman who has never practiced martial arts to perform with a sword that you can't even pull out? Does West Hill like to force people to do things? Is it forcing people to do things? Why don't you ask Princess Ding? Father ordered that this sword must be given to Princess Ding. Is it possible that I can only bring it back to West Hill? This was already a threat. Lei Tengfeng's meaning was obvious. If the future Princess Ding couldn't pull out the cloud-embracing sword and couldn't control it, then don't blame him for bringing the sword back to West Hill. If that was the case, not to mention Great Chu's face, even its foundation would be lost. Third sister, why don't you try? Maybe you can pull it out. Ying said softly, Prince Jinnan of West Hill has given us such a valuable gift. If we don't accept it, won't we be rude to the neighboring country? Minister Yi frowned and glanced at Ying. He was thinking about whether Yi Li's refusal to pull out the sword or her inability to pull it out was more embarrassing. Prince Ding has arrived. An announcement was made outside the door. Imo Xiaoyao appeared at the gate with Ajin. Everyone present secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Morong Ting secretly winked at Yi Li. Lei Tengfeng, who had been sitting in the chair casually, sat up straight the moment Imo Xiaoyao came in. His eyes swept over Imo Xiaoyao's calm and gentle face like a knife. Then he turned his head to look at Yi Li. Yi Li laughed in her heart. This prince was probably evaluating whether the cloud-embracing sword was more important in Imo Xiaoyao's heart or her, his fiancée. Why did Imo Xiaoyao come? Greetings to Prince Ding. I, Lei Tengfeng, have heard a lot about you. Lei Tengfeng stood up and smiled. Prince Ding is too polite. I had the honor of seeing Jinan King of Gojoseon when I was young. We haven't seen each other for many years. I'm sure Prince's style is still the same? Imo Xiaoyao lightly nodded in return. Lei Tengfei's eyes twitched. He quickly smiled and said, Father is in good health. He often talks to me about Prince's style in the past. He hopes that I can imitate him. Imo Xiaoyao's expression didn't change. He calmly said, Prince is too kind. Now that I've seen Prince Ding, I know that Jinan King of Gojoseon has a successor. Seeing the two men in front of her chatting warmly in this tense atmosphere, Yi Li inexplicably wanted to laugh. She didn't know who it was that said diplomacy was a very feminine activity. After the greetings, Imo Xiaoyao moved his wheelchair to Yi Li's side. He softly said, Li is in a good mood? Yili lightly smiled and said, Jinan, king of Gojoseon, sent a very precious gift. It just so happens that Prince is also here. How about we share it? Emo Xiaoyao smiled and nodded. His gaze fell on the embracing cloud sword in the box. His gaze was calm and without any ripples. It was as if there really was an ordinary sword in the box. He turned to Lei Tengfeng and said, Your Majesty and Prince have troubled you. This sword has been lost for many years. I didn't expect to see it again today. Lei Tengfeng raised his eyebrows and said, The embracing cloud sword is the Chu State's most precious treasure. It should be returned intact. I just don't know if I'll be able to see the glory of this famous sword. Chapter 79. Ajin. Ajin stepped forward and took the sword from the West Hill Guard's hands. She carefully carried it to Emo Xiaoyao. Emo Xiaoyao took it with one hand. He raised his head and asked, What do you think, Miss Li? Yili lowered her head and reached out to touch the ancient scabbard. She nodded and said, Although I don't know this, I know it is a good sword. Yili was indeed not familiar with the way of the sword. The only swords she had seen in her previous life were the taiji swords played by grandpas and grandmas in the park. On the modern battlefield, swords were not even used for cold weapons. Instead, short knives, daggers, and eme daggers were more suitable for close combat. Yili slowly grasped the sword hilt. She was not in a hurry to pull it out. If this sword was really as difficult to pull out and control as Lei Tengfeng had described, then the scabbard and the sword blade must have some kind of mechanism. Emo Xiaoyao smiled as he covered Yili's hand with his and raised the sword blade with his other hand. Under everyone's gaze, Yili acutely sensed Emo Xiaoyao's hand move slightly and then pull it out. A cold light flashed and the sword roared like a dragon. The entire hall seemed to freeze, but it was only for a moment. Yili quickly sensed the majestic fighting spirit and overwhelming killing intent from the sword blade. This was a dangerous aura that only those who had been on the battlefield could sense. Unknowingly, Emo Xiaoyao had already let go of her. Yili waved her sword to the side, and the ancient painting on the wall, not far away, cracked. Good sword. Yili sighed in admiration. She could cut the ancient painting with the sharpness of the sword blade. It was not an exaggeration to say that she could even cut a strand of hair. Holding the sword steadily, Yili calmly looked at Lei Tengfeng, who was staring at her. Before anyone could react, Emo Xiaoyao had already taken the cloud-embracing sword from Yili and sheathed it. Lei Tengfeng looked at the ancient painting on the wall that only had half of it left. After a long while, he let out a sigh and said, It's indeed a good sword. As for whether Yili could control this sword or not, no one cared anymore, because she had already pulled out the incomparably sharp sword in her hand. Third young mistress Yi did not have the strength to truss a chicken. It was enough for her to be able to hold the sword firmly. If she was forced to practice the sword, even the crown prince of Genom of Gojoseon, who came with hostility, would be embarrassed to ask. Facing such a situation, Minister Yi stroked his beautiful beard with satisfaction, and his face was full of smiles. The daughter of the Yi family had helped the Chu state retrieve a long-lost treasure. Moreover, she had brought the cloud-embracing sword as her dowry. What a great honor that would be! Yili sighed in her heart. If this sword was placed in the Yi residence, the roof of the Yi family would be trampled flat. She didn't believe that Lei Tengfeng would just let go of such a precious gift without saying a word, and yet, she couldn't refuse to accept it. Crown Prince, this sword? Yili smiled faintly as she looked at the somewhat absent-minded Lei Tengfeng in front of her. Lei Tengfeng stared at the woman in front of him, and then looked at Emo Xiaoyao sitting next to her. He smiled and said, This sword is naturally a congratulatory gift for the crown princess. This little prince also wishes the two of you 100 years of happiness and a long life together. Emo Xiaoyao said, Then, I accept crown prince's auspicious words. Lei Tengfeng stood and said to everyone, The gift has been delivered. This little prince will leave first. I will come and disturb Prince on the day of the wedding. Take care, I won't send you off. After sending off Genom of Gojoseon Crown Prince, Murong Ting stared at the cloud-embracing sword in A Jin's hands. Her eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and she even forgot to pull on Yi Li's sleeve. Li, cloud-embracing sword. It's really the cloud-embracing sword. Can I touch it? Yili helplessly looked at her envious expression and turned to look at Imo Xiaoyao. Imo Xiaoyao slightly raised his eyebrows. No matter. Since it's for you, it will naturally belong to Li Li in the future. Yili looked at him and said, I thought this was the crown prince's heirloom. Now it seemed like it wasn't that important. Murong Ting did not care about this. She cheered and rushed over to snatch the sword from Ajin's hands. She held it in her hands and touched it left and right. Imo Xiaoyao nodded. After being passed down for so many years, of course it was an heirloom. If it could be passed down for another 1,000 years, it would not be worse than those heirlooms like Ganjiang and Moxie. Murong Ting lovingly caressed the sword and said, in fact, it is said that the cloud-embracing sword contains the crown prince's military books and treasures. Of course, this is not important. What is important is that this is the sword that every crown prince of the crown prince has used. To be able to touch it is really a great fortune. My father must be so envious of me. Yili raised her eyebrows. It turned out that chasing after idols was something that existed in every generation. Military books? Treasures? Is this sword really still intact? The West Hill should have taken it apart and examined it from the inside out. Imo Xiaoyao looked at the sword in Murong Ting's hands, and a trace of warmth flashed through his eyes. He said indifferently, they have indeed seen it. The sword itself is not damaged. So, Murong Ting forgot who the person in front of her was. Her eyes widened as she waited for Imo Xiaoyao to reveal the mystery. Imo Xiaoyao looked at Yili and smiled. So this is a sword. It is good that we can find it, Dado. After all, it is an item left behind by our ancestor. If we can't find it, we can just find a master swordsmith to forge another one. Then what about the military books? The treasures? Murong Ting asked in disappointment. Imo Xiaoyao looked at everyone indifferently. The cloud-embracing sword was forged when our ancestor was 16 years old. It cost all of our ancestors' savings. Where did the treasures and military books come from? Everyone was speechless. The people of the world only remembered that the cloud-embracing sword had followed Imo Lanyun his entire life. It was also the sword that every crown prince Ding carried with him. They guessed that there must be some secret behind it. However, they forgot that the cloud-embracing sword was forged by Imo Lanyun when he was young. At that time, Imo Lanyun was only a wild and unruly youth of an aristocratic family. Compared to the Prince Ding who helped his elder brother conquer the world 20 years later, he could not be mentioned in the same breath. Even Minister Yi, a scholar who did not know much about the cloud-embracing sword, could not help but be disappointed. If the cloud-embracing sword was so important, who would carry it with them? How could it be lost so easily? Li, I'm going back first. Can you send a few more people over? Yili nodded. She took the cloud-embracing sword from Murong Ting's hands and threw it to Ajin. You should take the cloud-embracing sword back to the Ding King Palace. It's not convenient to leave it here. She had no interest in letting others step on her roof every day. Imo Xiaoyao nodded. That's good too. Seeing the cloud-embracing sword disappear outside the door, Murong Ting reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Imo Jingli stared at Yili suspiciously. You really believe that the cloud-embracing sword has no secrets? Yili naturally nodded. If I had military books and treasures, I wouldn't put them in a sword. As a commonly used sword that needed to be carried around, it was very famous and it was not a small sword. It was not a good thing to hide secrets. You vulgar people. That was Prince Ding's relic. Relic, ah? Murong Ting resentfully despised the vulgar people in the hall. After Murong Ting despised the group of vulgar people, she held her hand that had touched Prince Ding's relic and admired herself. Minister Yi was in a happy mood as he greatly praised Yili. He could almost foresee what kind of reputation and glory it would bring to the Yi family when the news of Yili marrying the cloud-embracing sword was spread out. As for whether there were treasures or military books in the cloud-embracing sword, that was secondary. Minister Yi still had some self-awareness. Even if there were treasures, he would not have any part in it. In comparison, the reputation that did not need to pay any price at all was more meaningful. Chapter 80. Third sister is really fortunate. Prince Ding rushed over so quickly after hearing the news of Heir Genom of Gojoseon's visit. It can be seen that he has deep feelings for third sister. Ying looked at Yili with her watery eyes and said faintly. Yili smiled faintly and said, "Fourth sister and Prince Li are also deeply in love, aren't they?" Ying quickly glanced at Imo Jingli and lowered her head with an aggrieved expression. Seeing this, Minister Yi frowned slightly. Could it be that Ing was really wronged in Prince Li's residence? Thinking of this, Minister Yi casually looked at Imo Jingli and asked Ying warmly, "Ing, are you used to Prince Li's residence these days?" "Ing is doing well. Thank you for your concern, father." Ying lowered her eyes and said softly. Minister Yi was relieved and smiled at Imo Jingli. "Ing has been spoiled since she was young. If she has done anything wrong, Prince, please forgive her." Imo Jingli said, "Father-in-law, don't worry. I will take good care of Ing. That's good. Li will be getting married in a few days. Haha, this year our Yi family can be said to have double happiness." Minister Yi smiled with satisfaction. The three people present had different expressions. Yili smiled faintly and nodded. Father is right. May 20th Li was pulled up early before dawn. Although she always went to bed early and woke up early, looking at the dark night outside, Yili still felt a little helpless. The time to escort the bride was a little before noon, but she had to get up in the middle of the night to be manipulated. After taking a fragrant petal bath with the help of the maidservants, second aunt, first madam of Du Quo's residence, Qin Zheng's mother, Madame Qin, and Aunt Yi who helped Yili prepare the dowry were already waiting in Qing Yi Pavilion with Murong Ting, Hua Tianxiang, Qin Zheng, and Qin Yuling. Hua Tianxiang walked in with a smile on her face holding a phoenix brocade wedding dress. The glittering phoenix brocade made her delicate face even more beautiful. "Congratulations." Looking at Yili with a smile, Hua Tianxiang smiled silently. Yili smiled faintly and raised her hand like a puppet, allowing the few people to help her put on the wedding dress. Under the candlelight, the noble phoenix flowed with the light, faintly discernible among the delicate peonies. Against the bright red wedding dress, Yili's beautiful face, which was usually a little pale, had a little more joy. So beautiful, worthy of the phoenix brocade. Murmuring softly, everyone was a little stunned. Madame Hua looked at Madame Su, who was looking at Yili with a gratified smile, and had a deeper understanding of third Miss Ye's position in the Su family. Patting her daughter who was in a daze, she said with a smile, "Well, stand aside if you want to admire. Don't disturb us." Without any explanation, she pulled Yili to sit in front of the bronze mirror and discussed what hairstyle to use with Madame Su and Madame Qin. Yili looked at the mirror speechlessly and let them do whatever they wanted. At the same time, she enjoyed the way Murong Ting pulled a few girls to the side and winked at her. By the time the madams, each with their own opinions, finally finished discussing the issue of hairstyles, the sky outside had already turned a little white. Yili couldn't help but look at the sky in her heart. She finally understood why they had to start preparing so early. If they started preparing at dawn, it was estimated that they wouldn't be ready by the time the bridegroom came. After tidying up the hair, a few maids had cleverly brought several sets of head ornaments and jewelry that had been prepared before. Madame Hua wasn't in a hurry to put the hairpin on Yili's head. She smiled and instructed the maidservant, "Quickly go and get some food for your young miss to fill her stomach. After the makeup is done, she won't be able to eat anything today." Qing Shuang made a face and smiled as she pulled Qing Yu to prepare the food. The madams also went outside to rest for a while. As soon as the adults left, the rest of the children immediately surrounded Yili. "How is it? Yili, are you nervous?" Murong Ting leaned on the table and asked curiously with her chin in her hand. Yili pursed her lips and smiled. "You don't know if I'm nervous or not. In the future, I'll see if you're nervous or not." Murong Ting's face turned red. She gritted her teeth and said, "I won't be nervous." Hua Tianxiang looked at her with a smile. "You're stuttering. How dare you say you're not nervous? You're definitely more nervous than Yili." The next one is Zhang. Zhang needs to be prepared." Qin Zheng glared at Hua Tianxiang angrily. She whispered with a red face, "Why are you talking about me?" Qin Zheng's shy appearance made Yili reach out and pinch her little face. She smiled and said, "What Tianxiang said makes sense, future cousin-in-law. You, Li, you're getting married today. Why are you? Why are you? Qin Zheng looked helplessly at her good sisters who were laughing together and Qin Yuling who was hiding on the side and laughing secretly. The person who should be shy didn't express anything. Instead, she, who had nothing to do with it, was shy and embarrassed. Hua Tianxiang wiped her tears and said with a smile, "Good Zheng, don't be angry. She's a strange person. Don't expect her to be shy." Looking back at Yili, Hua Tianxiang nodded with satisfaction and said, "Our Li is really a great beauty." Yili only felt black lines on her forehead. "You're not trying to say that clothes make the person, are you? How can that be? It's just that you usually don't pay attention to your appearance. Look at you now. Even without jewelry or decorations, you're still shining." Hee hee. Prince Ding will definitely be stunned. Yili shrugged and didn't say anything. If Imo Xiaoyao didn't like a beauty like noble consort Lu, it was hard to imagine what kind of beauty he would be stunned by. Qing Shuang and the others brought in some light breakfast. After eating and resting for a while, the madams came in again to choose accessories and makeup. Because they couldn't try on the wedding dress and couldn't have a second one, even the accessories, hairstyle, and makeup could only be decided according to the effect of the wedding dress after putting on the dress. So, they prepared 3 sets of jewelry in advance. In the end, the madams unanimously chose a set of golden silk peonies with tassels inlaid with rubies and a few jeweled gold hairpins. Then they drew their eyebrows and put on some light rouge. Madame Qin ingeniously drew a small half-open peony between her eyebrows. Yili was a bit lost in thought as she looked at the beautiful woman in the bronze mirror. For a moment, she almost didn't recognize herself. Her beautiful black hair was tied into an elegant bun. The tassels inlaid with gemstones swayed gently under the candlelight, adding a charm to the dignified and noble red wedding dress. Yili smiled faintly in her heart. She had never thought that the words charming and delicate would be related to her. So beautiful. Li, you're also stunned, aren't you? Hua Tianxiang teased. Yili glared at her. Madame Hua had already pushed the girls out with a smile. All right, everyone go out first. Let the bride rest for a while. The bridegroom should be here soon. The crowd once again congratulated Yili before leaving happily. Only Madame Su was left behind. When Madame Su handed her a thin booklet with a smile on her face and instructed her to read it carefully, Yili could only stare at the booklet in front of her in a daze. She didn't need to think to know what was inside. After thinking about it, Yili stood up and put the booklet in a box that she didn't use much. Chapter 81. King Ding's mansion was obviously much more reliable than King Li's mansion. Qing Yishuan was bustling with noise and excitement when it was only 8:45. Madame Hua and Madame Qin personally covered Yi Li's head with a phoenix brocade veil and helped her to pay her respects to old Madame Yi, Minister Yi, and Madame Su's memorial tablets. In this wedding, the most eye-catching thing was naturally the groom, who was originally expected to appear, but absolutely unexpected. A long time ago, many people had secretly guessed who the king's mansion would invite to escort the bride, but no one thought that Prince Ding would come in person. The road from the gate of Ye's mansion to King Ding's mansion was already full of people in the capital who came to watch the fun. Seeing Prince Ding, who was dressed in red, appearing in front of everyone, the commoners couldn't help but recall the young man dressed in embroidered clothes who had galloped on his horse and brandished his whip. They sighed in their hearts. Similarly, the extravagance of Ye's mansion was also extraordinary. Originally, Yirong, the only son of the Yi family, should send his sister out, but it was completely different from when Ying got married. Outside the gate of Ye's mansion, 6 handsome and extraordinary men with different characteristics appeared. The leaders were naturally Su Qingchen and Su Qingze, followed by Su Qingfeng and Su Qingbai, and finally Su Qingyin and Yirong. The young masters of the Su family were either gentle and elegant, cold and dignified, valiant, or handsome. Even the youngest, Su Qingyin, was smart and candid. Yirong was immediately ignored by everyone. She could only follow Su Qingyin silently. The bride walked out of the gate with the help of Hua Tianxiang and Qin Zheng. The phoenix brocade wedding dress shone brightly in the sun and attracted people's amazement again. This day was undoubtedly the busiest day in the capital. It was unknown whether it was because of the status of King Ding's mansion, or because the guests who came to attend this wedding were too special. Even the emperor brought the empress and empress dowager to attend the wedding in person. They attended the wedding instead of presiding over the wedding, because the one presiding over the wedding this time was Great Elder Princess Shifu, who even the emperor had to respectfully address as Great Elder Princess. King Ding's mansion, which had not had any guests for 7 or 8 years, was full of guests. Great Elder Princess sat high on the throne and chatted with the guests who came to congratulate her. Jingqi and the Empress sat beside Great Elder Princess and talked with her. Although Great Elder Princess had not been involved in worldly affairs for more than 20 years, her dignity as the iron-fisted princess, who was respected by the former emperor, was still not to be trifled with. Your Majesty, Great Elder Princess, the auspicious time has arrived. The chief steward of the Wang mansion came in to report, and all the guests in the hall fell silent. Jingqi looked at the gray-haired Great Elder Princess who was still in high spirits and said with a smile, "In that case, salute me." Imperial Grandaunt? Shifu Great Elder Princess nodded. She stood up and said to everyone, "Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, and all the guests, please come with I to watch the ceremony." The auditorium located in the main hall of the prince's mansion had already been properly decorated. Red candles burned high, creating a joyous atmosphere. Great Elder Princess sat high on the main seat, with the Emperor and Empress Dowager sitting on her left and right sides. The rest of the guests were seated according to their respective statuses. Under everyone's gaze, Imo Xiaoyao and Yi Li walked into the auditorium surrounded by bridesmaids. They were supposed to be a match made in heaven, but the groom could only sit in a wheelchair, which made many people feel sorry. At the same time, there were even more people who were sighing. If Prince Ding was not in his current state, he would have already married a talented and beautiful woman as his wife. Why would he only marry an unknown daughter from the minister's residence? Prince Ding's legs are inconvenient. Don't you lack sincerity by saluting like this? A joking voice suddenly sounded in the hall, as if a basin of ice water was suddenly poured into a blazing fire. The whole wedding hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at the source of the voice in surprise. Sitting there were the envoys of various countries who came to watch the ceremony. Among them, a strong young man was staring at Imo Xiaoyao with a complacent face. Obviously, the words just now came from his mouth. He clearly did not feel that he was rude. When he saw everyone's gaze converging on him, he became even more presumptuous. That is the 11th prince of the northern tribes. I heard that he is an idiot. Why would the king of the northern tribes send him to Dechu State? Yi Li stood quietly beside Imo Xiaoyao, hearing the guest whispers. Have you forgotten that the northern tribes in King Ding's manor can be said to have a deep hatred as deep as the sea? Even though they have reconciled with our great Chu these few years, I'm afraid that they still hold a grudge over the past and purposely sent this idiot here to embarrass King Ding. How can the emperor allow such a person to attend the ceremony? He is the envoy of a country. He came from so far away. How can we not let him attend the ceremony? Amidst the discussions, Imo Jingqi looked down and said to the prince of the northern tribes in a clear voice, 11th prince, our Dechu State's wedding does not have a kneeling ceremony, so there is nothing inconvenient for Prince Ding. However, the prince of the northern tribes clearly did not intend to name the emperor of Dechu State. He furrowed his thick brows and said unhappily in a loud voice, I have heard of the reputation of the Dechu State's Prince Ding when I was in the northern tribes. Who would have thought that I would see a cripple in a wheelchair today? Is the Dechu State's emperor trying to fool us? When these words came out, not only Imo Jingqi, but all the officials of the Dechu State present changed their expressions. Sitting beside the prince of the northern tribes, Lei Tungfeng, the crown prince of Shiling Jinim of Gojoseon, coughed lightly and said with a smile, 11th prince, this is indeed the Dechu State's Prince Ding. However, Prince Ding met with an accident 7 years ago. Today, we are here to attend the ceremony, not to make a scene. Come, let this prince toast you. The northern tribes were barbarians, and this 11th prince was considered a hooligan among them. How could he give up just because Lei Tungfeng urged him to drink? He glanced at Imo Xiaoyao and chuckled. I remember now. Prince Ding's injury seems to have been caused by our northern tribe's winged cavalry general. In the past, I always heard the winged cavalry general lamenting to I that he was so close to being captured. Enough. Princess Shifu was so angry that her face had turned black. She no longer cared that the prince of the northern tribes was an envoy from another country. She said coldly, "If the prince of the northern tribes is here to attend the ceremony, then sit quietly. If not, get out." The prince of the northern tribes was stunned. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something to Great Elder Princess, but he was quickly pressed back by the two people beside him. Although the prince of the northern tribes was displeased, he didn't say anything in the end. Others saw Great Elder Princess's angry face and didn't dare to say anything. Emo Jingqi coughed softly and said, "Princess, it's time to salute." Princess Shifu's eyes darkened, and she nodded to the official who was in charge of the ceremony. "First, bow to heaven and earth. Second, bow to your parents. Husband and wife, bow to each other." Under the red bridal veil, Yili slightly turned her eyes and saw the person beside her holding the red silk tightly. She could only sigh in her heart. In fact, since she knew Imo Xiaoyao until now, she always felt that Imo Xiaoyao was too perfect to be real. As a person who was crippled, disfigured, and said to be in poor health, his performance was too perfect. He didn't feel inferior, nor did he feel sorry for himself, nor did he give up on himself. No matter when he stood up, even if he was sitting in a wheelchair, he seemed to be taller than anyone else. Thinking back to the rumor about the fiery young man, Imo Xiaoyao was even more illusory and ethereal. What kind of painful tempering did he have to go through from being as fiery as fire to being as gentle as jade? Until now, Yili really felt a trace of Imo Xiaoyao's emotions, anger, and murderous intent. Chapter 82. Yili smiled bitterly. It was her wedding, but she could feel her husband's negative emotions in the hall. Even if it wasn't directed at her, it still made her feel a little depressed. The ceremony is complete. Send them to the bridal chamber. In the festive red bridal chamber, the dragon and phoenix candles burned quietly. Yili sat quietly on the new bed that was embroidered with dragons and phoenixes, speechless. She knew that Imo Xiaoyao was sitting not far from the bed and looking at her, but he didn't seem to have any intention of coming forward. "Can I take this off?" She couldn't wait for the groom to do it, so she could only ask herself. After a while, Imo Xiaoyao slowly walked forward. His eyes lit up as the veil on her head was removed. The two of them were stunned when they saw each other. Yili was used to Imo Xiaoyao's plainclothes, so she wasn't used to seeing him in a bright red robe. But this man didn't seem to be ugly no matter what color he wore. Imo Xiaoyao was only dazed for a moment. A trace of surprise flashed through his calm eyes, but it immediately disappeared without a trace. The two of them looked at each other in silence for a moment, feeling a little restrained. Yili leaned forward and pulled Imo Xiaoyao's left hand. Imo Xiaoyao was stunned and immediately wanted to pull back his clenched fist. "Let go," Yili said lightly. His fingers gradually loosened. His broad hand didn't look like a pampered noble's. There were many calluses and scars on it, but it didn't look hideous. Yili remembered that one of her childhood friends had once told her what a man's hand should look like. There should be some calluses, which meant that this man wasn't someone who didn't do any household chores. There might even be one or two unsightly scars, which meant that this man wasn't someone who was raised in a boudoir. It would be best if it looked good. Only this kind of hand could make a woman feel safe and pleasing to the eye. At this moment, the palm of his hand was stained with a shocking scarlet, for deep wounds were still slowly bleeding, but the man opposite her seemed to feel no pain at all. He opened his hand and allowed her to see. Yili lowered her head to look at his scarred palm. She reached out a finger and gently touched it. Then, she pressed down hard. She raised her head and looked at the man whose expression did not change at all. "Doesn't it hurt?" Imo Xiaoyao smiled faintly. He looked at Yili with a warm gaze. "What kind of pain is this? I've been through worse." Yili agreed. For someone who had been on the battlefield, this kind of injury was nothing. She stood up and walked to the side, rummaging through her dowry to find a familiar small box and carried it back. She sat by the bed and opened the box. She took out clean white cotton gauze and medicine and applied it on him. "Even if you're angry, you don't have to hurt yourself, right?" I thought you were used to it? Emo Xiaoyao smiled bitterly. You saw it. I'm not used to it yet. He also thought that he was used to it. In reality, he had used 7 whole years to get used to it. He was used to not being able to ride a horse and gallop on the battlefield. He was used to having to wear a mask in front of others. Otherwise, the scars on his face would attract fearful and sympathetic gazes. He was used to being seriously ill from time to time. His life in the past was like a dream. He always thought that he was used to it well. But today, standing in the hall and listening to the prince of the northern tribes humiliate him, he realized that he was still far from it. So today, not only did he humiliate himself, he also humiliated his new wife, even though his wife did not blame him. Yili clearly saw the guilt in the man's eyes and couldn't help but smile faintly. I thought you knew that we would accept this marriage and I had already made preparations. Emo Xiaoyao asked. You knew that this would happen? Yili shook her head and smiled. Even if this didn't happen, there would be other situations. Do you think I can expect to live a peaceful and happy life after getting married? Even a normal family would have its own problems, let alone a noble family like this. Emo Xiaoyao looked at her quietly. After a long time, he said softly, maybe I can't guarantee that you will live a carefree life. But as long as it's me, I will do my best to give you the life you want. Yili raised her eyebrows. I believe you. After applying the medicine, Yili put it away and smiled. You've been tired. You should rest early. Emo Xiaoyao looked at Yili and said. Yili was stunned, but soon smiled again. Okay, you should also rest early. Emo Xiaoyao nodded and asked Jin to push him away. He thoughtfully asked Qing Shuang and others who were waiting outside to serve him. When Qing Shuang and others came in, Yili had taken off her jewelry and put it in the jewelry box on the dressing table. Qing Shuang frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, Miss, why did Prince leave? Princess Sifu, great elder princess, said on the spot that Prince Ding was not allowed to disturb the bridal chamber and did not need Prince Ding to drink with the guests. So now Prince Ding should be in the bridal chamber with Mississippi. Why did he come and leave? Yili looked back and said with a smile, This is the Prince Ding mansion. Are you afraid that he has no place to rest? Qing Wan and Qing Yu prepared warm water and asked Yili to take a bath. Their expressions were not very good. Yili did not have time to care about whether the maid's expressions were good or not. In fact, in her opinion, Emo Xiaoyao's decision was too considerate. Although she did not intend to be his wife in name for the rest of her life, she was really worried about whether she could adapt to do something with a man she was not familiar with and had only met a few times. At this point, she felt that she should admire the adaptability of ancient women. Usually, she could not even hold hands with a man. When it came to marriage, she had to roll in the sheets with a man she had never met. Taking off the heavy jewelry and gorgeous wedding dress, Yili relaxed her body with satisfaction and prepared to take a bath and rest. Until she lay on the soft and comfortable bed and fell asleep, there was still a faint smile on her lips. Mother, grandfather, father, mother, and a large group of cousins, I married myself. Somewhere in the study room of the Ding King mansion, Emo Xiaoyao, who had already changed into plain clothes, sat behind the desk with a rarely seen gloomy and cold expression. Feng Zhiyao, who was dressed in red, lazily leaned against the door and said with a smile, Why are you showing such an expression on the day of your wedding? Aren't you afraid of scaring sister-in-law? In the corner of the room sat a hedonistic youth. He looked at him with a smile and said, In my opinion, sister-in-law's courage is much bigger than what we imagined. Feng Zhiyao thought for a while and nodded in agreement. That's right. I really haven't seen many women with the guts of third Miss Yi. Have you said enough? Mo Xiaoyao raised his head and looked coldly at the two people who were not serious. Feng Zhiyao shrugged his shoulders and said, Tonight, that idiot is the 11th prince of the northern tribes, Yilu Ping. He is the son of the king of the northern tribes' most beloved concubine, Xiao, and the younger brother of the 7th prince of the northern tribes, Yelu Yi. He is also the nephew of the northern tribes' winged cavalry great general, Helian Zhun. You can't have forgotten what you did to Helian Zhun 7 years ago, right? Helian Zhun's surname is Helian and concubine Zhao's surname is Xiao. How can Yelu Ping be Helian Zhun's nephew? The hedonistic youth asked in confusion. Chapter 83. The relationship between the northern tribes is so messy that it gives people a headache. Who knows how they got involved? Feng Zhiyao said unhappily, Long Haoyu, shouldn't this be your problem? The young man was the second son of the northern general, Long Haoyu, who was said to be the most disappointing person in the capital. I received news from the northern tribes that Yelu Yi is Helian Zhan's illegitimate son. Can this kind of news that has already spread to Dechu State be trusted? Feng Zhiyao rolled his eyes and looked back at Imo Xiaoyao. 7 years ago, your eldest brother suddenly died of illness. Originally, Helian Zhan could have taken the opportunity to establish unparalleled achievements and even sweep through Dechu State. In the end, because you killed your way out of Ghost Sorrow Valley, a fire almost burned half of Helian Zhan's life. Not only did Helian Zhan lose soldiers, but the northern tribes also didn't dare to send troops for 3 whole years. By the time they recover, our great Chu will have recovered as well. From then on, Helian Zhan fell out of favor with the king of the northern tribes. This also caused Yelu Yi and concubine Zhao's influence in the northern tribes to be greatly reduced. It's already good that they didn't directly rush to Dechu State to fight with you. Imo Xiaoyao said indifferently, in other words, Yelu Ping was sent by Yelu Yi to embarrass I? Feng Zhiyao rubbed his chin and said, Everyone knows that Yelu Ping is a hooligan. He offended you, and you were too embarrassed to argue with him. Isn't the result obvious? Imo Xiaoyao sneered. Today, they are still considered polite. Only Yelu Ping jumped out to cause trouble. The others are also impatient, right? Feng Zhiyao knocked his forehead and thought for a while. Who knew that our emperor would bring the empress and empress dowager to Ding King's estate? It's not good to be too rude in front of his majesty, right? Since a fool has already stepped out, those who claim to be smart naturally won't speak anymore. However, the envoys from each country will stay in the capital for half a month. As for sister-in-law, don't disturb her, Imo Xiaoyao said calmly. Feng Zhiyao and Long Haoyu looked at each other. Long Haoyu blinked his peach blossom eyes and asked, Prince, don't tell us that the new princess you married is planning to hide her in the Prince Ding mansion and not let anyone see her? Could it be that the third miss of the Yi family was so charming that His Highness Prince Ding fell in love with her at first sight and wanted to carefully hide and protect her when they met again? Imo Xiaoyao said, Miss Li doesn't like to socialize with the rich and powerful. If there's nothing important, don't bother her. Feng Zhiyao tapped the folding fan in his hand and frowned. Yao, even if an ordinary family marries a wife, they have to take charge of the inner court and make connections. Moreover, she was the mistress of the Ding Palace. If she was a lady from a respectable family without any ability, then so be it. However, third young mistress Yi was not a weak and incompetent woman. If she can help you, it will naturally be twice the result with half the effort. You will also be able to relax a lot. Feng San is right. Ting praises third young mistress Yi a lot. Long Haoyu agreed. Imo Xiaoyao frowned and said, We'll talk about this later. Feng Zhiyao raised his eyebrows slightly. It was unknown what he thought of, but he suddenly smiled and said, All right, since you've already decided, we won't bother about this matter. What does the emperor mean by personally bringing the empress dowager over today? Is he still guarding against you? Imo Xiaoyao said, When did he not guard against me? Now, the cloud-embracing sword has returned to the Ding Palace. In the past few days, there have been at least a dozen groups of people trying to break into the Ding Palace. At least 3 of them came from the palace. Long Haoyu's eyes lit up. Are they His Majesty's people? Imo Xiaoyao shook his head. I'm not sure, but there are definitely some of his people. Feng Zhiyao looked at Long Haoyu with a smile and said, Long Heir, go back and keep an eye on your family's cold-faced general. If His Majesty keeps failing to break into the palace, he will most likely send you over. Who told him to be His Majesty's most trusted aide who grew up with him since he was young? Long Haoyu curled his lips and said, Don't worry. No matter who comes, they won't be able to bring a single strand of hair out of this palace. Thinking of his cold-faced big brother, Long Haoyu, he was filled with displeasure. He was a self-righteous fool who only knew how to follow the emperor. But every time Ting saw him, she would have an expression of admiration. When she saw him, it was as if she was looking at trash. He was really unhappy. That guy better come and break into the palace. If he was caught and beaten up, Ting would know who was the heroic and extraordinary one, and who was the hedonistic fool. Prince, someone broke into the palace. The heavy stone door opened a crack, and a Jin quickly rushed in. Imo Xiaoyao's eyes turned cold. Where did they go? Wang Fei's courtyard. Pa. Don't let a single one go. Since today's wedding is not suitable to see blood, then we'll entertain them tomorrow. Early in the morning, Yili leisurely sat in front of the bronze mirror. Qing Shuang and Qing Xia helped her take care of her hair. Qing Shuang deftly tied her black hair into a lily bun. Qing Xia held out a jewelry box filled with jewels for Yili to choose. Yili helplessly looked left and right in front of the bronze mirror. She frowned and looked at Qing Shuang. Can't you have a simpler one? Qing Shuang snickered. Young miss, you should be content. A newly married woman should dress up well. Qing Shuang has already chosen the simplest hairstyle. If it was the hairstyle popular among the noble ladies in the capital, you wouldn't be able to stand it. In the past, those hairstyles were for young ladies. Now that you're married, you can't use them anymore. Let's use the set of jewelry that Prince gave young miss before. Young miss hasn't used it yet. Yili nodded. She did like that set of green magnolia jewelry very much. It didn't look too ostentatious. Qing Xia pressed her lips together with a smile. She took Yili's jewelry and helped Yili put it on. She nodded and praised. Qing Shuang understands young miss the best. What young miss? Lin Mama and Wei Mama came in. Lin Mama glared at the servant girls and said, From now on, you have to call her Wang Fei. Don't let the people in this fu think that the Wang Fei servants don't know the rules. Yes, Mama. The 4 maidservants greet the princess. The 4 maidservants stood in a row and respectfully bowed to Yili. Wei Mama's heart ached for Yili as she asked in a soft voice. The 2 Mama naturally knew that Prince hadn't rested in the bridal chamber last night. Wei Mama couldn't help but feel sorry for the young miss that she had taken care of since she was young. Yili smiled and comforted the 2 Mama. The 2 Mama saw that Yili's face didn't have any expression of being wronged and dropped the matter. They thought that young miss had just arrived at the Ding King's fu and was not used to it yet. Prince was considerate, so he gave young miss some time to adapt. But they still hinted to Yili that it was best for her to become a real husband and wife with Prince as soon as possible. After all, they were people who would spend a lifetime together. Yili's mouth couldn't help but twitch. In the end, she didn't say anything and let them misunderstand. Prince is here. Imo Xiaoyao appeared outside the door and asked softly, Yili, may I come in? Yili responded. Imo Xiaoyao then left a Jing outside the door and slid his wheelchair in. Looking at Yili, he asked, Yili, did you sleep well last night? Yili nodded with a smile. Very well. Your complexion doesn't look too good. When Imo Xiaoyao came in, Lin Mama led the servant girls out. Yili regained her senses and found that there was no one to serve tea. She could only helplessly smile at Imo Xiaoyao as she walked to the table and sat down. Imo Xiaoyao's eyes did indeed have some tiredness as he waved his hand. Last night, I sent some guests to rest a little late. It's not a problem. Chapter 84. Should we greet Great Elder Princess first? An eldest sister-in-law. Imo Xiaoyao was the only direct descendant in Prince Ding's mansion, but there were other people. The late Prince Ding, who was also Imo Xiaoyao's elder brother, Imo Xiaoyuan's first wife, was still alive. However, it was said that she had been staying in the temple all year round for her husband's sake. She didn't even appear at the wedding yesterday. One of the concubines of Imo Xiaoyao's father, Imo Lu Feng, was also alive. In addition, Yili didn't ask how many concubines Imo Xiaoyao had. Imo Xiaoyao shook his head and said, Let's have breakfast first. Great Elder Princess is old and tired yesterday, so she won't get up so early. As for eldest sister-in-law, Imo Xiaoyao frowned slightly and said, Since eldest brother passed away, eldest sister-in-law has been living in the Buddha Hall with several concubines. Even I rarely see her. A few days ago, she sent someone to tell you that you can visit her when you come back. Yili nodded. She had heard about the former Princess Ding from her third brother. She was also a pitiful person. Princess Wen wasn't born in a rich and powerful family, but in an ordinary scholarly family. She married Imo Xiaoyuan when she was 16 and lost her husband when she was 18. Imo Xiaoyuan was away on an expedition when they just got married. so they didn't even have a child. Then, what do I need to do? Yili asked. Imo Xiaoyao looked at her and said with a faint smile, besides managing the affairs in the mansion, you also need to keep some accounts. You can do whatever you like at other times. If you feel bored, you can invite your friends to visit the mansion or go out for a walk. Li, this will be your home in the future, so you don't have to be so restrained. Yili nodded and said, I know, but I'm not used to it. So now, let's have breakfast first. Then I'll bring you to meet the people in the mansion. Breakfast was served in Yili's courtyard. The breakfast served in the Prince Ding mansion was also to Yili's liking. After breakfast, the head steward came in to report, Prince, the stewards are all here. I await the summons of the prince and princess consort. Imo Xiaoyao nodded and turned around to say to Yili, this is the butler of the Prince Ding mansion, Imo Xian. He's also Ah Jin's uncle. If you need anything in the future, just tell him directly. The steward also stepped forward and bowed. This old servant greets the princess. Yili smiled faintly and said, you don't have to be so courteous. I'll have to trouble you in the future. It could be seen that Imo Xiaoyao valued this steward a lot, and he was also Ah Jin's uncle. Ah Jin was always by Imo Xiaoyao's side, and could definitely be considered a trusted aide. Receiving such courteous treatment from the princess, Steward Imo wasn't shocked, but he wasn't arrogant. He still respectfully returned the greeting. This old servant doesn't dare. If the princess has any orders in the future, just tell this old servant. When the procession came to the flower hall, there were already many people standing there. Seeing Yi Li and Imo Xiaoyao come in, they instantly stood up and bowed in unison. Greetings to the prince, greetings to the princess. Imo Xiaoyao pulled Yi Li into the flower hall. He pointed at the main seat for her to sit before turning back to say, rise. This is the newly married princess. In the future, princess consort's words are I's thoughts. Does everyone understand? We will follow princess consort's orders. Very good. Li, this is Sun Mama. She's the steward of the Wang Fu. She's in charge of all matters in the Fu. If you have anything you don't understand, you can ask her. The mama standing at the very front was Sun Mama, who had come to the Yi Fu to deliver gifts. She was also the first person that Imo Xiaoyao had introduced to Yi Li, thinking, Imo Xiaoyao added, Sun Mama used to be one of Mufei's people. This old servant greets princess consort. Sun Mama greets princess consort. Yi Li nodded. This is the external steward of the Wang Fu, Yang Ling. He's in charge of all external interactions. Standing next to Sun Mama was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His eyes were slightly bright. One could see that he was a very scheming person. Yang Ling greets princess consort. Yi Li frowned slightly. She didn't have any opinion on how other people address themselves, but it was often possible to see a person's attitude towards you from how they address themselves. This external steward clearly didn't have as much respect for Yi Li as Steward Imo and Sun Mama did for Yi Li. Steward Yang doesn't need to be so courteous. Then Imo Xiaoyao introduced to Yi Li several stewards who were in charge of the various businesses in the Wang Fu, as well as several more important stewards. Yi Li also had people send greeting gifts for these stewards and rewards for the servants in the Fu. Sun Mama and Steward Mo's admiration for this new princess consort grew stronger. Although the Yi family wasn't very proper, it was clear that the new princess consort had inherited Madame Ye's excellent bloodline. She knew when to advance and when to retreat. Even the gifts given to the stewards and the rewards given to the servants were carefully arranged and very appropriate. Princess consort. Ajin appeared at the door. Looking at the people in the flower pavilion, he hesitated before speaking. Ajin, what is it? Imo Xiaoyao asked. Ajin held a long box in his hands and said, someone just sent this over, saying it's a wedding gift for princess consort. Yi Li raised an eyebrow. Where is the person? Gone. The two exchanged a look. Imo Xiaoyao then said to Ajin, bring it over. Imo Xiaoyao took it in his hands and looked. When he opened the box, there was only a scroll painting inside. Seeing that there was no problem, he handed it to Yi Li. Yi Li lowered her head to unfold the painting and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This was a painting of a beautiful woman. Those who had never seen the painting would find it hard to imagine that there was such a beauty in the world. Her willowy eyebrows were dark without any makeup. Her cherry lips were vermilion without any painting. Her exquisite and refined features were described with any compliments that made people feel like they had tarnished her. Even in the painting, one could still feel the clear water in the eyes of the young girl in the painting. The young girl in the painting was dressed in plain clothing, her hands holding a zither as she smiled amidst the flowers. Even the flowers seemed to lose their color. Bright as the sun rising at dawn, as bright as the lotus blooming. Such a great beauty. Yili sighed softly. Her gaze moved to the side of the painting. On it was written, Beauty of the Chu capital. The inscription was Han Mingyue. Emo Xiaoyao also stilled. Looking at the beautiful woman in the painting, his eyes moved slightly. He quickly turned his gaze to Yili. Yili was silent for a moment. She raised her head and smiled at Emo Xiaoyao. Han Mingyue's beauty is said to be worth thousands of gold. But to send such a painting to me on the second day of the wedding, I feel ashamed. Emo Xiaoyao smiled faintly. He looked at her and said, You are very good. Yili looked at the woman in the painting one last time. She rolled up the painting and said with some difficulty, This? Although the painting was very beautiful and very valuable, keeping it by her side was not a good idea. Even if she wasn't jealous, she didn't feel that she should keep the painting of her husband's ex-fiancé. Emo Xiaoyao said, It's for you. Yili can deal with it herself. Yili raised her eyebrows. Did he think that she would force him to deal with the painting of his ex-fiancé? She only wanted to ask him if he wanted it. If he wanted it, she would give it to him. I don't have much interest in painting. Moreover, looking at a woman who is prettier than me every day is a blow to me. Emo Xiaoyao thought for a moment. He said to Nurse Sun, Change the box and bring this painting to Old Sue's residence. Chapter 85. Nanny Sun said respectfully, Yes, Your Highness. She stepped forward to take over the painting in Yili's hand and turned around to hand it to the maid beside her to prepare. Emo Xiaoyao tilted his head and said to Yili with a smile, Let's go. Great Elder Princess should get up. Yili nodded, got up and held Emo Xiaoyao's hand to leave with him. She didn't see the gratified look on Nanny Sun's and Director Mo's faces behind her. Who do you think sent that painting to her? Yili asked curiously as they walked to the courtyard where Great Elder Princess lived temporarily. Emo Xiaoyao shook his head and said, That painting was originally kept in the mansion. I wanted to give it to Elder Su, but there were too many things to deal with at that time. When I came back, I didn't know where it was. Yili said with a smile, Han Mingyue's painting is priceless. Didn't you send someone to look for it? What's more, it's a real beauty. No wonder Han Mingyue dared to paint Chu Jing as a beauty. Emo Xiaoyao looked up at her and said after thinking for a moment, If you must paint, my painting is not worse than Han Mingyue's. Or I can paint one for you when I'm free. Yili was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but smile. Okay, thank you very much. Great Elder Princess had got up. As soon as they reached the door, the maid beside Great Elder Princess invited them in. Great Elder Princess was sitting on the couch and drinking tea. When she saw them come in, she immediately smiled and waved to Emo Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, come here and let me have a look at you. And Xiaoyao's wife, come here, come here. Emo Xiaoyao took Yili forward and saluted. Imperial Aunt. Great Elder Princess pulled Yili to sit beside her. After looking at her carefully, she nodded with satisfaction and said, Good, good, good. You are a good daughter-in-law of King Ding's mansion. I like you very much. The Emperor finally did a good thing this time. Xiaoyao should live a good life with Li Er. I won't teach you a lesson if you dare to mess around and make Li Er angry. Emo Xiaoyao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said with a wry smile, Imperial Aunt. Yili gloated at his rare embarrassment. She covered her mouth and snickered. Great Elder Princess held Yili's hand affectionately and said, Li Er, you don't know how naughty he was when he was a child. If he wasn't obedient for a day, he would go up the roof and tear down the tiles. His Lord Father was so angry that he almost fainted. She had become much more mature in the past few years. She had grown up and become more sensible. You two have a good life together. If you have any grievances, feel free to look for I. I will help you. Great Elder Princess was surprisingly easy to get along with. Perhaps because she was old and liked children, Great Elder Princess didn't look like the legendary iron-fisted princess at all. Instead, She was more like an amiable grandmother than Madame Dowager of the Yi family. Yili smiled and said, "Thank you, Imperial Aunt. Xiaoyao won't bully me." Hearing Yi Li's address, Great Elder Princess's eyes lit up and she was obviously happier. She held Yi Li's hand and talked about Imo Xiaoyao's embarrassing childhood. Imo Xiaoyao sat there with the corners of his mouth twitching, which was rare. He didn't know whether to stop her or leave. He could only sit there and listen to Great Elder Princess talking about his childhood and accept Yi Li's strange and teasing gaze. Great Elder Princess obviously didn't care about Imo Xiaoyao's feelings or Yi Li's feelings. She even directly talked about Imo Xiaoyao's childhood sweetheart, Su Yudi. Yi Li felt a little embarrassed, but seeing that Imo Xiaoyao didn't mean to stop Great Elder Princess, she had to listen for the time being. Great Elder Princess didn't seem to see the expressions of the two young people in front of her. She held Yi Li's hand and said to Imo Xiaoyao with a smile, "I have said that the girl of the Su family is not suitable for you. Now look at Li'er. You have to admit that I have a better taste than you. Don't you think so?" "Imperial Aunt." Imo Xiaoyao smiled bitterly. "Imperial Aunt, I have to take Li to pay respects to my father and mother. Do you have time to talk to Li in private?" Great Elder Princess lowered her head and thought for a while. Finally, she said, "You're right. Go and pour tea for your father and mother first. It's the right thing to write Li'er into the genealogy. I will go back in a while. Li'er, don't forget to come and see I later." Yi Li said with a smile, "Can Imperial Aunt stay for a few more days?" Great Elder Princess sighed and said, "I'm old and I'm not used to going out. After you get married, you can go to Ai's place to live more often." Since Great Elder Princess said so, the two of them naturally couldn't stay any longer. Imo Xiaoyao took Yi Li to burn incense to the ancestors of the Prince Ding mansion, accompanied Great Elder Princess to have lunch, and then personally sent Great Elder Princess out of King Ding's mansion. In the afternoon, Imo Xiaoyao went to the study by himself. Yi Li also had a lot of things to deal with, so she went back to her courtyard. Looking at King Ding's mansion, which had recovered its tranquility, Yi Li only felt a little like a dream. In just one day, she had moved from Ye's mansion to King Ding's mansion, got married and became King Ding's consort. And it seemed that she had been completely used to it. Because she had just gotten married, the stewards of King Ding's mansion naturally wouldn't be so tactless as to immediately bother her with a lot of trivial account books. So Yi Li just needed to take care of the people in her courtyard and the dowry. Back to the courtyard, Nanny Sun was waiting there to chat with Nanny Lin and Nanny Wei. When she saw Yi Li come in, she hurriedly stepped forward to salute. "Princess?" Yi Li said with a smile, "Nanny Sun is an old servant of my mother and a trusted person of Prince. You don't have to be so polite." Nanny Sun said a little cautiously, "Thank you for your kindness, Princess. I dare not overstep my boundaries. I followed the Prince's instructions and chose some people to serve Princess. Princess, if you like them, you can keep them by your side." After she finished speaking, she took out a list from her sleeve and presented it. On the list, it was the people who had been assigned to Yi Li's courtyard. Nanny Sun continued, "There should be 4 maidservants serving Princess. In addition, there should be 2 maidservants who take care of Princess's clothing and food. There should also be 4 maidservants for sewing. There should also be 8 second-ranked maidservants serving in the courtyard. There should also be 16 little maidservants who do rough work. These second-ranked maidservants and little maidservants should be handed over to Princess's 2 nannies to handle. But the maidservants who take care of the clothing and food should be personally looked over by Princess." While she was speaking, several maidservants dressed as maidservants walked in and respectfully saluted Yi Li. "Greetings to Princess." Yi Li lowered her head to look at the guts that Nanny Sun had sent over. Not only did the names and ages of these maidservants were written clearly on it, there was also their family background and who was in their family, and they were all children of the Ding Wang Fu servants. Yi Li nodded and handed one of the guts to Lin Nanny and Wei Nanny to let them take care of the second and third-ranked maidservants. She turned back and smiled at Nanny Sun. "I naturally have confidence in the people that Nanny Sun has chosen." She casually picked out a few people from the list. The maidservants who had been picked quickly came out to give their thanks. Yi Li ordered Qing Shuang to take out a number of pouches filled with silver coins and rewarded each of them with one. After taking care of the maidservants, Yili invited Nanny's son to sit down and talk. As expected, she did as Imo Xiaoyao had said. She spoke without hiding anything. Yili hesitated for a while before asking, Nanny's son, the Wang Fu. Other than Dasa, are there any other womenfolk? Sun Mama was startled for a moment, but she quickly understood what Yili meant. Smiling, she said, replying to the princess, other than the eldest madam and the 2 concubines serving her, there are no other women in the house. Yili looked gloomily at Nanny's son, who was smiling strangely. She nodded to show that she understood. Imo Xiaoyao didn't have any other concubines. This was very good. At least it meant that there was less trouble for her to deal with. Not thinking about the troubles that she could encounter in the future, Yili found that the days in the Ding Wang Fu were as perfect as she had imagined in the beginning. Husband and wife lived in harmony and didn't interfere with each other's private matters. There were no elders to worry about in the morning and at night, no sisters-in-law to chat with, there wasn't even a jealous concubine. If this kind of life continued to be peaceful like this, she would be grateful to Imo Jingli for breaking off the engagement and the meddlesome emperor for granting the marriage. Chapter 86. Prince. Ajin looked strangely at Imo Xiaoyao, who was staring at the book. Ajin had followed the prince since childhood. Even though he was slow, he could tell when the prince was thinking and when he was lost in thought. Imo Xiaoyao's eyes flashed, and he raised his head to look at him. Is something the matter? Ajin rubbed the back of his head with some annoyance and said, Prince, do you want to go see Wang Fei? Imo Xiaoyao casually put the book back on the table. Looking at Ajin's uneasy state, he smiled faintly and said, Did Chief Steward Imo tell you to ask? Or did you ask Nurse Sun? Ajin's eyes widened. Uncle and Nurse Sun had both mentioned that he should mention Wang Fei in front of the prince and find a chance for the prince and Wang Fei to spend more time together. But he didn't know how to find a chance. So when he saw the prince in a daze, which was rare, he thought that since he had nothing to do, he could ask the prince if he wanted to go see Wang Fei, right? Looking at Ajin's puzzled state, Imo Xiaoyao shook his head and said with a smile, All right, don't think about it. What is Li doing right now? She seems to be organizing the things she brought from the Yi family. Then don't go now. Let's wait until she forgets. Where are the guests from last night? A hint of annoyance flashed through Ajin's eyes. He said, They're still in the dungeon. Let's go see. In the dark dungeon, the flickering light of the fire projected the shadows of the people in the room onto the walls, swaying slightly with the light. It made the already gloomy dungeon even more mysterious. Feng Zhiyao was still dressed in his arrogant and grand red brocade robe. He lazily lay on the only chair in the dungeon and listened with satisfaction to the endless wails. Compared to the boredom of the past few years, he was very satisfied with the busy days of the past few days. Speak. Why did you break into the Prince Ding mansion at night? In the center of the room, a black-clothed man was chained to a rack. His body was already riddled with scars, and he was glaring fiercely at him. Feng Zhiyao, you're Prince Ding's man. Oh, you know me? Looks like you're from Dechu State? Feng Zhiyao blinked his almond-shaped eyes. His interest was piqued. He sat up straight and looked at the person in front of him. Where did you come from? In the palace. Is our emperor still the one from Zhangde Palace? Or which mansion did you come from? Humph. Half of the men of sacrifice were unyielding. Torture had not been able to make him confess. Naturally, Feng Zhiyao would not be able to make him talk with just a few words. Feng Zhiyao narrowed his eyes in displeasure. This young master wants to see if your bones are harder than this young master's torture tool. Continue. Swish. The ferocious barbed whip continued to create more scars on the man's body. Feng Zhiyao stared gloomily at the scene in front of him. The sound of the wheelchair turning came from afar. Feng Zhiyao turned around and saw Imo Xiaoyao walking towards him. He stood up and smiled. Why are you here at this time instead of accompanying the bride? Imo Xiaoyao did not answer. He raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Confessed? Feng Zhiyao helplessly pulled over the file that was placed at the side. Last night, we caught 4 groups of 7 people. One of them was from the northern tribes, one from the southern Zhao. 2 of them wanted to take advantage of the situation and 3 of them refused to confess. The one from the northern tribes wanted to snatch the bride and make the Ding mansion look bad. The one from the southern Zhao only wanted to scout the terrain to see if there was a chance to get the cloud-embracing sword. The other two wanted to take the opportunity to steal something. As for this one, he was the first to be caught and also the one with the best martial arts. I suspect that he's here to assassinate, but the target of the assassination is unknown. He shouldn't be here to assassinate you. When Imo Xiaoyao accompanied the bride back to the bridal chamber, this fellow was ambushed at the banquet area and was caught by the secret guards. So the target of the assassination should definitely be one of the guests present. Someone from the Dechu state? Imo Xiaoyao turned to the hanging man in black and asked. Feng Zhiao rubbed his chin. He knows me. He must be someone from the Dechu state. Young Master Feng San was very famous, but it was only limited to the Dechu state, and it was only limited to the capital. After all, a dandy young master who was expelled from the Feng family and did not have the right to inherit would not attract the interest of outsiders. Continue. If you can't get anything out of him, just kill him. Imo Xiaoyao said lightly. Where is Yilu Ping? Feng Zhiao gestured towards the room beside him and ignored Imo Xiaoyao. Instead, he stared at the black-clothed man in front of him with interest and laughed. The black-clothed man instinctively felt cold. He obviously knew that if he was caught, there was no way out. However, when he heard Prince Ding casually say to kill him if he couldn't get anything out of him, as if he was saying that the weather was good today, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Prince Ding was definitely not a crippled and useless piece of trash like what outsiders thought. Feng Zhiao looked at him with a smile. Actually, to this young master, it doesn't matter if you talk or not. You're going to die anyway, right? If you talk, this young master will give you a quick death. It's fine if you don't talk. You can try out this young master's new toy. These 2 years have been boring to death. A trace of fear flashed through the man's eyes, but he still refused to talk. Feng Zhiao didn't mind. He waved his hand and signaled for the people beside him to do it. Then, he swaggered towards Imo Xiaoyao's room. The other room was obviously much more comfortable than the previous one. At least, the entire room was dry and quiet. There wasn't any smell or blood. There was only a metal fence that divided the entire room into 2 halves. The prince of the northern tribes, who was still spouting nonsense last night, was now on the other side of the fence. He grabbed onto the fence and glared at Imo Xiaoyao. Imo Xiaoyao, you cripple. How dare you send people to capture I? Oh, I thought that the prince of the northern tribes had entered a place that he shouldn't have and was captured by I? Imo Xiaoyao looked at him with a warm and cold smile. However, the prince of the northern tribes can rest assured. Even if it's because of the diplomatic relations between our 2 countries, I will definitely not harm the prince. Meeting his cold gaze, Yilu Ping couldn't help but tremble. He grabbed onto the fence and shook it even more angrily. Won't harm I? Then why did you lock I up here? I will definitely report this to your emperor. I'll chop off your head. Imo Xiaoyao's lips curled. There are some urgent matters in the northern tribes. In fact, the northern tribes' envoy had already sent a letter to His Majesty to bid farewell. He left the capital in the morning. Yilu Ping was stunned. How is that possible? I's still here. Who dares to leave? The prince of the northern tribes need not worry about not being able to return to your country. Later, I will personally send someone to send you back to the northern tribes. Hand it over to the crown prince. Hearing this, Yilu Ping's expression turned ugly. He was a bit of a hooligan, but he wasn't a fool. The crown prince didn't get along with his brother Yilu Yi. The 2 of them had been fighting for many years. If he landed in the crown prince's hands, then 7th brother would definitely kill him. Imo Xiaoyao, you despicable person. My 7th brother won't let you off. Imo Xiaoyao laughed coldly. He raised his head and stared at him. Yilu Yi dared to send you to provoke I, so he should be mentally prepared to make sure that you won't be able to return. Or, what happened yesterday was the king of the northern tribe's idea. Then it seems like he doesn't really want you as his son? Yilu Ping seemed to have thought of something and his face turned pale. He glared fiercely at Imo Xiaoyao. You're talking nonsense. 7th brother would never do that. His tone was obviously lacking in confidence. He was stupid, but he wasn't stupid. He had been mocked since he was young. Even his 7th brother often scolded him for being stupid. Even his father didn't like him. Could it be that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel? We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.